very big one, where we're going to open up India. In the China deal, we're starting to open up China, things that never really could have happened. And the relationship with every country has been very good. And we also have OMB Director, who's very busy also, Russ Vogt. Thank you. Thank you, Russ. And also, I want to give a very special thank you. This is a hell of a group we have here. This is amazing, the quality of people. But actually, I like these people and most of those people much better than the people I just named, okay? But a very special thanks as well to Speaker Mike Johnson, who's a great, legendary guy. He's going to go down as a legend. A great friend of mine, a fantastic Senator, Roger Marshall, wherever you may be. Roger, thank you very much. Thank you. Bernie Moreno, great win Bernie had in Ohio. Bernie, great win. That was a tough race. They said that was not winnable, and he won by about 5 points, so that was pretty good. So much for not winnable. Mike Lee is here. Mike, hi, Mike. Thank you, Mike. Tim Sheehy, another tremendous win. Way to go, Tim. Young, handsome. That was another race that wasn't supposed to be able to be won. They said, well, we have a very young, handsome guy. I said, does that matter? Looks don't matter, do they, Mike? Looks. Anyway, great job. You can't help it. You can't help it. Great. That was a great race, along with Representatives Paul Gosar, Greg Murphy, Tom Kaine, Jen Kiggins, Rob Bresnahan, who's where is Rob? Stand up, Rob. Let me see you. Good. He's done a fantastic job. And Ryan McKenzie. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you all. That's great. It's a big group of people. We're here this afternoon to share the stories of an incredible group of patriots from across the nation whose future we are defending with the one big, beautiful bill. This is the ultimate codification of our agenda to, very simply, a phrase that's been used pretty well by me over the last 10 years, but maybe even before that, make America great again. Very simple, make America great again. When Joe Biden used to get up and say, we will stop this horrible MAGA. We're going to stop MAGA. We're going to fight it. We're going to, I said, Joe, loosen up. It's called Make America Great Again. It's okay. Remember that he got up so angry. He was so angry. He said, make America great again. But we'll deliver a record tax cut, a record spending cut, a record investment in border security. We've done so well on the border. You know, last month, we had 0 people that crossed the border. 0. So Christie and Tom Homan and some of the people, what a job you've done. But, you know, people forget about that. They don't care. The border's been fixed. I wanted to talk about the border 2 days ago at a big group. Sir, they don't want to hear about the border. Why? It's fixed, you know. It's the second time it happened to me. In 2016, I won on the border. I fixed it in about 3 months. It was beautiful. And they wouldn't let me talk about the border. Sir, nobody wants to hear about the border. But we're going to talk about it anyway. Right, Tom Homan? We're talking about it anyway. So we have a big number of dollars that's coming here because we want to keep it that way and we want to keep it fixed, and a record number of deportations. We're bringing criminals out by the thousands. Nobody can even imagine. They let people in that were murderers, 11,888 murderers, gang members, people from mental institutions and insane asylum. You know what that is? That's insane asylum. That's a mental institution on steroids. During the campaign, I talk about the late, great Hannibal Lecter. Do you know who that is, Hannibal Lecter? Silence of the Lambs. I'd talk about it, and the fake news would go crazy. Why does he keep mentioning? Well, because we won in a landslide. That's why they don't want to have Hannibal in our midst. And the day I signed this bill into law, almost every major promise made in the 2024 campaign already will have become a promise kept. And that's very important. Promises made, promises kept. And according to the Council of Economic Advisors, these reforms will protect or create more than 7 million jobs add 3.1% to economic growth, reduce taxes for the typical American by nearly 15%, and increase take-home pay for the normal family of four by at least $13,000, and that takes place immediately. That's not bad, right? Look, I'm looking at that guy back there, right? That's pretty good. And if we had a person over at the Fed that would lower interest rates a little bit, that would be helpful too. It's hard to believe. This is on top of, we have to fight this guy. He's not doing the job. Each point that he keeps it up is the equivalent of $300 billion. $300 billion. So if he lowered it would save $600 billion. We have to work hard with cuts on that, right? That's a lot of cutting. And this guy could do it so easily. We don't have inflation. Well, we might have inflation. Yeah, and if you do, you raise the rate a little bit. That's okay. But we're going out because Biden gave us a lot of short-term debt. And in giving us short-term debt, he did us no favor. So I think what we'll do is we'll probably just extend the short-term debt and then go out, because I don't want to tie it up for 10 or 15 years at a high rate. But every point is it's really more, is $300 billion. So if we got it down to 1%, we're talking about almost $1 trillion in saving just with the stroke of a pen. No work, no missing anything, just like an accounting situation. Oh, Doug Collins, I just see Doug. Did I mention you, Doug? I don't think so. I'm glad I saw you. I'm glad that somebody's going to be in big trouble with you. They didn't write your name down, Doug. Somebody's in big, somebody's in, I got you. So we think of that, though. We save, and all you have to do, it's so simple. I'm explaining to this guy, and Biden extended him. That wasn't good. I'm explaining to him, you can do so much for our country. You could save $1 trillion just with a stroke of a pen. Just the utterance of a sentence that we're going to be cutting. It's a shame. It's a shame. We're one of the highest. We should be the lowest. We're the United States of America. We'd have money coming in like at levels that they have never seen. I got a call the other day from the people in Congress because we're doing our bill. I didn't even tell you this, Mike, and they called. They said, there's something wrong with the numbers, sir. I said, what's wrong? I don't know. They're not balancing out. There's something really wrong. I said, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Well, we don't know. I said, what's the problem? We're taking in much more money than we have scheduled. I said, so far, that sounds good. They said, how much is it? About $80 billion. I said, do me a favor, check the tariff line. They called me back an hour later. Sir, we've taken in $88 billion in tariffs. Isn't that a beautiful thing? $88 billion. I thought I'd tell these little stories. Go off script and tell these little stories, Scott, right? Because it does make it a little more interesting. Although my speechwriters have just gotten every award in the book. Vince, where are you, Vince? Where are we? Where's Ross? He's gotten all these awards, and I'm going off the record all the time. Where is he? He didn't show up to the speech. He wrote the speech. He didn't show. Well, that means he has confidence in me. According to the Council of Economic Advisors, these reforms will protect or create more than 7 million jobs, add 3.1% to economic growth, reduce taxes for the typical American by nearly 15%, and increase take-home pay for a normal family by an incredible $13,000. All of these things are happening. And by the way, there's no inflation. All of the numbers I gave you, all of the money that's coming in, and maybe more importantly than the billions of dollars we're taking in with tariffs, is the fact that we've got hundreds of plants going up all over the United States that never would have been here. I was with Howard and Scott and Texas Instruments the other day, and the head of Texas Instruments, they're going to spend $60 billion in the United States. And he said, sir, please don't do it to me. And I looked at him, I knew exactly what he meant. He said, you mean tariffs, right? He said, that's right. If you ever get rid of those tariffs, you've cost me a fortune. They're all coming in because they don't want to pay the tariffs, and they're coming in at levels. And it only works for the United States because it doesn't work for other countries, but it works for us. We have a record investment. We have records and everything. And when these places open up, that's bigger than the $15 trillion that I'm talking about. You don't see it right away. But bigger is the fact that they're all coming in, they're building their factories, the AI factories and the auto plants. We have auto plants that are closing up in other countries. I don't want to specifically name the countries, but you know who they are. and they're coming into the U.S. and they're opening up and building like nobody's ever seen anything like it. I don't call it a miracle. I call it, this should have been done 40 years ago. We would have never lost our auto. We lost 50% of our auto industry to China, Mexico, Canada, and various other countries. Should have never happened if you had a president that said, we're going to charge you tariffs. You're not going to build next to us. Send it in and take away our jobs. If you would have said 25, 50, or 100% tariff, not one company would have left. But they weren't business people. They were politicians, not very good ones, and some good ones, but some really not good at anything, to be honest with you. We're going to stop the largest tax hike, and we're going to do that in history. This would be, if the bill doesn't pass, there'll be a 68% tax increase. Think of that, 68%, which would be the largest in history by about 40 points. And we'll make the Trump tax cuts permanent, expand the child tax credit, and we will deliver no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. Among the countless citizens who will benefit from these tax cuts is Malachi Krzyzewski, a devoted mom and DoorDash driver from Ripon, Wisconsin, who uses her tip income to support her son. To think of that, no tax on tips, and it was a very big problem. I was at a dinner in my beautiful building in Las Vegas, and unrelated to this, and I said, what's going on? I will never say good-looking waitress because looks don't matter anymore, you know, in our modern society. She happened to be beautiful, but I won't say that. I won't mention that, but nevertheless, a waitress came over, and I said, how are you doing? She said, not good, sir. Why? The government is killing me on tips. And she looked at me, she said, sir, there should be no tax on tips. I said, say it again. There should be no tax on tips. I said, that's the coolest thing I've ever heard. I walked outside, the press was there, as always, waiting for something bad to happen, hundreds of them. I said, ladies and gentlemen, please announce tonight there will be no tax on tips. And a legend was made. We won Nevada by so much. Republicans don't win Nevada. We won Nevada. So I want to thank that young, beautiful waitress. Thank you very much. But with no tax on tips and other cuts, this bill will save Malachi thousands of dollars per year, enabling her to achieve her goal of visiting every U.S. state with her son. She wants to visit every state by the time he's 18 years old. So, Malachi, it sounds to me like you're off to a fantastic start. And where are you, Malachi? Where are you? Congratulations. Great. That's good. Thank you. Also with us today is Luke Wilson, a 23-year-old electrical lineman. He loves being an electrician, but in this case, the lineman. And these are guys that take big risk, and it's hard stuff. But if you know what you're doing, it's fine. He's from Harmony, Pennsylvania, as well as Dee Sova, a truck driver from Springfield, Missouri, where, by the way, our beautiful planes landed, our B-2s. They landed after 36 hours of flying. Great going, Pete. And they hit the target. And they hit the target, and the target has now been proven to be obliterated, just as we said. We had little fake news from CNN. Thank you very much, CNN, for that. With 3 million miles of driving under her belt, who mentors other women in her industry. And I just want to say, Luke and Dee spend countless hours working overtime to help make this country run. And this bill, the typical overtime worker like them will take home nearly $1,500 extra every single year. So you're talking about at least $1,500, and there will be no harassment because you were being harassed by the Democrats. So Luke and Dee, congratulations to you both. Thank you very much. Congratulations, wherever you may be. Thank you. Thank you very much. Also with us is James Benson, a third-generation auto worker from Belleville, Michigan, who has spent 26 years at Ford Motor Company, which is doing very well. They have a lot of plants in this country. If you have plants in this country, you're going to make a lot of money. And is a member of a tremendous group of people, auto workers. And I'll tell you, we love these people. Auto workers for Trump. and I came through for them, but they were with me long before I really thought. A lot of people said, is he going to run again? Will he run? They've always been with me, the auto workers. James was a lifelong Democrat until 2017, when he saw the benefits of our tax law, and he also liked Trump. Now, sometimes they can like the law, but if they don't like the candidate, it's not going to matter, right? Is that right, Marco? Marco knows, because he has been one hell of a great Secretary of State, right? Stand up, Marco. Everybody respects Marco, right? True. Everybody respects him. Now we're delivering an even bigger win for the auto workers by making interest on car payments fully tax deductible. You know, that's something only rich people seem to have gotten. I said, you know, and that was my idea. It's pretty simple. But I said, you know, the rich people, they always looking for deductions. We want deductions. Linda, did I say, will you please stand up? Linda McMahon. So great. How much is Harvard going to be charged? How much are you asking for Harvard? Because they really have violated a lot of different caveats, haven't they, huh? A lot, like a lot. They've been given $5 billion over the years, can you imagine? And that's over a short number of years. That's just the beginning. They have $52 billion sitting in the bank, and they haven't been nice to our country. So I want to thank Linda McMahon, who's been really fantastic. But I said, on interest, I said, why couldn't we, if a car is made in the United States only, because otherwise we don't care if it's made someplace else, give the people that buy the car a deduction on the interest that they're paying to buy the car. And people said, what a great idea. It's so simple. It's like the paperclip. Somebody came up with the idea of a paperclip many years ago, 1817, and he became a very rich person. And everybody looked at it and said, why the hell didn't I think of that? But it's like the paperclip, but only if the car is made in America. Remember that, James. We're going to keep those Michigan auto factories roaring. And as you know, we won Michigan by a lot, Susie, right? We won Michigan by a big margin, and something that typically is not easy, but I think we've won it. I actually think we've won it 3 times in a row. So it's been a great state, but a big factor with the auto workers. They went with us very big, and I love them. The One Big Beautiful Bill will also be an incredible victory for American farmers, another group that we did great with, especially family farmers like James Cullifer of Virginia Beach. Our bill will provide 100% expensing so they can buy a new farm equipment. And by the way, the expensing is good for everybody, not just farmers. And it'll virtually eliminate the so-called estate tax or the death tax. So you have a farm, you leave it to your children. If you like the children, you leave it. If you don't worry about the details. No, some people don't want to leave them. They don't like their kids, you know? Anybody in here not liking their children, farmers? But if you like your kids, you want to leave it. And a lot of times what was happening before I got there, because I put this in the first tax bill, as you know, but people would die, they'd leave their farm. There was no cash, but there was value to the farm, sometimes good value. It's called real estate rich and cash poor. And the kids had no money, and they'd be foreclosed out by a bank. They'd borrow money to pay the estate tax. You don't have to pay estate tax anymore. That's pretty big stuff. So for the farmers and for others in small business, it's great. But James's family has been working in the land for generations, and with this bill, we will ensure that family farms like his can stay in the family for many generations to come. Where's James? James, around? Where's James? That's great. And you know what I mean, James, right? People pass away, they love their kids or whoever they're leaving, but they love their kids especially. And you won't have the family farmer anymore the long time because they were losing them to the banks, and they were losing them at record numbers. Not going to happen anymore. There's no tax. We're also going to empower American parents by expanding opportunity scholarships to provide school choice. School choice is a big deal. And we just got school working with the governor of Texas, as you know, Greg Abbott. We just had it passed in Texas, and I know about that. Somebody said, yeah, that was a big deal. They've been trying to get it for 9 years, and they asked me if I'd call the legislature, Republicans in the legislature, and I did. And I gave them a pep talk, and everybody voted for it. First time they They were shocked, but they never asked me to call them before. This was the first time, and they got it passed, right, Susie? It was amazing. And it was something that Dan and Greg and everybody, they really wanted it. And Ted Cruz wanted it badly. They all wanted it, so we got it in Texas. But you're going to have it. More and more people are talking about school choice. Good thing. This will be the godsend for mothers like Angelina Banks from Philadelphia. Where's Angelina? Where is Angelina? Oh. 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 You are very pretty. She went out for a second and she's coming back. Okay? Where's Ange? Come on over here, Angelina. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, wow. How are you? I won't ask you where you've been, okay? I promise. But it's great to have you. It's great to have. I mentioned your name. I said, where's Angelina? He said, she'll be right back, sir. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And Aubrey and Ava Jane, Angelina says the tax relief for childcare and education are a foundation for stability and dignity. I think those were your words, right? Stability and dignity, good words for her family. And with the One Big Beautiful Bill, we're delivering both, empowering hundreds of thousands of families to choose the public, private, charter, religious school or the home school of their choice. And Angelina, thank you very much for being with us. Beautiful. Beautiful. So this bill will also be the single most important piece of border legislation ever to cross the floor of Congress. We will hire 3,000 new Border Patrol officers and 10,000 new ICE agents. And these people are great. I tell you what, I got to know a lot of them. And we have tremendous representation. They've been for me from day one. In fact, I shouldn't say this, but they endorsed me when I first ran, almost at the beginning. And they weren't sure if they were allowed to endorse me. And they said, we don't care, we're endorsing you. But they were great, and they've been my friends ever since. But think of that. So we're going to hire 3,000 new Border Patrol officers, 10,000 new ICE agents. And, you know, these ICE guys, they go into war zones, and they're tough, and they love our country. And if you're not going to be tough, you're not going to do well. But they are tough, and they'll break into a pack, and they call them a pack. Some of these packs come out of the jails of Venezuela. They come from places that you don't want to know about. They're gang members that have been all sent in here through Biden's open door stupid policy. The dumbest policy, I think, well, we have a lot of dumb policies, but the worst, I think, is open borders, where anybody comes into our country totally unvetted, totally unchecked. And they're drug dealers, and they're people that we don't want them. And they're murderers, you know, they're murderers. I told you, over 11,000 murderers, they're in here. 50% of those, by the way, murdered more than one person. And they came in, no check-in, no anything. It's so sad. What that man has done to this country, we should never forget it, okay? We should never, ever forget it. With that whole group of people, I don't even think it was him. He didn't believe in open borders. He didn't believe in men playing in women's sports or transgender for everybody. But what that group of people has done to this country will never, ever, I don't think we can ever allow history to forget it. What they've done to us is so sad. We're going to fully fund the final sections of Border Wall, impose a new remittance tax on money sent back to foreign countries, and dramatically increase deportations to a bare minimum of 1 million illegal aliens per year. And what we're doing is we're really going after the criminal aliens, of which we have plenty to work with. People say, well, that's a lot, isn't it? Well, remember, these countries are very smart. They're headed up by people I know. In almost all cases, they're very smart people, and they're people of great common sense. They're not sending their good people out. They're sending the bad people out, and they put them into caravans. I think I came up with that name, but somebody did. It's a great name, a caravan. Thousands, and sometimes as many as 30,000 people walking right into our country. Again, last month we had none. Think of that. It's almost, people say it's almost impossible. But they come in, and at a minimum, they're not people that work very hard. They're people that are on welfare. They don't want them. They don't want them. They give them to us. It's incredible what's happened, and it's so sad to see. It's so sad, could make you just sick to your stomach when you think about it. I was going to say it could make you cry, but I like to pretend I never cry. I don't want to be a crier, but it makes you sick to think of what they did. what they did to us is just sick. And guys, if we didn't have a Tom Homan, and if we didn't have some of the guys that we have working so hard and dangerously, the country wouldn't stand a chance. But we're getting them out, not as fast as they came in, because they came in and you'd see hundreds of thousands pour into our country in a day. But we're getting them out. And here today is Angel Dad Joe Abraham, the Angel Moms and Angel Dads. These are incredible people. They lost their precious 20-year-old daughter, Katie, in a hit and run after she was struck by an illegal alien from Guatemala. Katie was stopped at a traffic light, rear-ended, full force, going 60, 70 miles an hour right into the back of her car while she stopped. And she died immediately. And her killer, I think you could really say the killer, fled the scene. And Joe, we will end this invasion once and for all, and we're always going to remember the memory of Katie, that beautiful, beautiful 20-year-old daughter of yours. Where's Joe? Is she around here? Joe? Come here, Joe. Come here. Ah, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Thank you, Joe, very much. Also with us is Sarah Stewart from Kerrville, Texas, who lost her brother to the fentanyl epidemic that has inundated her small town. Our bill provides billions and billions of dollars to stop fentanyl and other illicit narcotics. We're also charging other countries like Mexico, Canada, and China billions of dollars in taxes that we put on because they've allowed people that are selling fentanyl to go through their countries, or in the case of China, they send it here, and paying a lot of money at least, but would rather stop it. I think we're doing a big job of that, but would rather stop it. And other illicit narcotics pouring across the border and stealing more American lives. And thank you, Sarah will not rest until that fight is done. We're gonna get that fight done. Sarah Stewart is where? Sarah? Hi, Sarah. Beautiful. Thank you. Good guy, huh? Yeah. I can see that. I also want to thank the president of the National Border Patrol. His name is Paul Perez. He's been with me from the beginning. And Brandon before him. These are great people. I've gotten very friendly with some of these people from Border Patrol and ICE, because I'd call them once every 2 or 3 days. How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? If you remember, Kamala was the border czar, and in 4 years she never made one call to Paul or Brandon or anybody else. And I'd like to have Paul come up, say a couple of words, if you're here. Paul? Where are you, Paul? Oh, there you are. Go ahead, Paul.
President Trump made promises that he's kept. Now it's time for Congress to back him up. We need to end the chaotic and recklessness that Biden allowed into this country. The millions of people that are out there, we're going to get with this big, beautiful bill. We've got the funding, we've got the technology, we need everything in that bill to get it done so that no more families are victimized. And those that have victimized families, we can go get them out with ICE. Our officers and agents are not afraid. We're ready to take this fight to them, and we've been so because of President Trump's leadership. Thank you, sir.
He's been a great friend of the country. He really has, and he's worked with Tom Homan and Christie and all the people that work so hard. They have been incredible. And, you know, I wasn't going to do this, but I see Tom Homan is sitting there, and, you know, I have to call him up. Look at that. I don't call up the Speaker of the House. I don't call up Marco or Peter or anyone. But I want to call this guy because this guy is keeping us very, very safe. Come on up, Tom.
Well, look, I think this issue of the big, beautiful bill should be nonpartisan. I don't know what the hell's the matter with everybody up in Congress? People are dying every day. ICE is arresting 3 times as many criminals that the Biden administration did. We're taking public safety threats and national security threats off the street every single day. But we got over 600,000 illegal aliens with criminal histories walking the streets of this country. We got less than 5,000 deportation officers. This should be a no-brainer. The more resources we get, if we get this bill passed, we got more agents on the road. We buy more beds, we get more transportation flights. More agents means more bad guys arrested, taken off the streets of this country every single day. Every day we arrest a public safety threat or national security threat, this makes this country much safer. Who the hell would be against that? And I get irritated, I get pissed off because I'm sick of meeting angel moms and dads. You want to talk about family separation? They bury their children. So I've done this since 1984. I've worked for 6 different presidents. No one has had the success of the Trump administration. We got the most secure border in the history of this nation today. But we need more border wall. Border walls save lives. Women and children can't get over that wall, which means they go to a place where there's not a wall. And what's waiting on them? The men and women of the Border Patrol who take care of the humanitarian needs and save their lives. We already got fentanyl seizures down half. Fentanyl seizures should be 100%. We should have 0 fentanyl coming to this country. We need money to help secure that border at a higher level. Stop the fentanyl from coming in. Stop the sex trafficking of women and children. Stop the known inspected terrorists coming across that border. Right now, I was looking at the stats today. ICE is arresting a record number of known suspected terrorists in this country, along with the FBI. With more money, we can arrest more of these people, make this country safer. This is a nonpartisan issue. Let's make this country safe again. So to the Democrats and the Republicans and the Independents, I don't care who you're from, pass the bill so we can make this country safe, so we can stop the violence against ICE officers. Let's make this country safe again, and without that bill, it's going to be a hard road. We got a lot of people to look for, a lot of people to arrest, a lot of national security threats we know are in this country. We need to find them. We need more money to do that. We need more agents to do that. For God's sake, let's pass this bill and get this done.
He got so angry, he didn't even shake my hand or look at me. Just But he's right. He's right. And we have no money for the border if we don't pass this bill. We have virtually nothing. And so we're going to get it done for you, Tom, and for all of the people that have worked with you. It's been amazing, the job you've done. And just in finishing, look, this is the largest tax cut in the history of our country. They want to give you, the Democrats want to give you the biggest tax increase in the history of our country. They have things, whether it's border or economic development or no tax on tips and Social Security and no tax on overtime and all these different things. There are hundreds of things here. It's so good. And we're going to also cut costs. We're cutting $1.7 trillion in this bill, and you're not going to feel any of it. And your Medicaid is left alone. It's left the same. Your Medicare and your Social Security are strengthened. We're not cutting. The Democrats are going to destroy all 3 of them because it's not sustainable. They'll end up cutting your Medicare, Medicaid in half. So we're going to do a real job. It's so important. So if you can, call your senators, call your congressmen. We have to get the vote. I want to thank you. You have been unbelievable, Mr. Speaker. You have worked round the clock for months, And, you know, I shouldn't say this, but we don't want to have grandstanders where 1 or 2 people raise their vote. We vote no. And they do it to grandstand, that's all. Not good people. They know who I am, who I'm talking about. I call them out. But we don't need grandstanders. We have to get our country back and bring it back strong. And our country is going to be stronger, bigger, better than ever before. We're going to make it better than ever before. And that's despite the bad hand that we were dealt 6 months ago. We were dealt a really bad hand. We were dealt a sick hand. It's unbelievable. You know, when I came back yesterday, as you know, I made a big trip to a place where we had 28 countries represented, and we did something that's never been done. They've raised the number of money, the amount of money that they spend to $1 trillion a year, and that's for world safety. But they all asked me the same question. They said, how could you have allowed this to happen to your country? I said, I didn't do it, But they said, how could you allow people to pour in? They don't understand it. They all have borders. They have fences, they have walls, or they have just strong people standing there. You can't do it. And they said to me, you know, it's amazing that they allowed these things to happen. And it's amazing, too. I agree. You know, as a business guy, I always like to understand where the other side's coming from. What do they want? What do they get? And, you know, you can make good deals based on understanding the other side. I never understood the other side in this case. Why would they allow people to pour into our country unchecked? You know, I can see people wanting people to come in, and you let them come in. You have a vetting process. You let good people. We're letting a lot of good people in, but they're coming in legally. But why would you allow people to come in that you can look at them and say, big trouble, big trouble? Why would you do it? It's nobody understands. And a lot of people say voting, but, you know, we've got to strengthen up our elections because the voting is crooked as hell. Got to strengthen it up. But it's not that. It's either they're stupid and they're not stupid, or they hate our country. But we love our country, and we're going to stop this madness, and we're going to get this bill approved. And all of the things that I've been talking about now for 2 years on the campaign trail, and we won, remember, we won every single swing state. We won by millions of votes. We won everything. We won every, it was a landslide. We won something that nobody talks about, districts. You have thousands of districts. We won 2,750 to 505. Think of that. That's why when you see a map, the whole map is red. That stands for Republican, by the way, because it stands for a lot of other things too, but it stands for Republican with a little piece of blue on each side. But that's why, think of that, 2,750 districts to 505 districts. That's what, this was a slaughter, but it gave us a mandate to do some great things. And I want to thank John Thune, and I want to thank the speaker, and I want to thank Marco and everybody here, everybody here. They have been so incredible. Pam, you've been unbelievable as the Attorney General. We appreciate it. Not easy, not easy. And we're coming back faster than anybody ever thought possible. I told you what they said to me on just trips by very smart people. But we're going to make this, we're going to do this very quickly. It's happening a lot faster than even I thought possible. And we're going to be celebrating very quickly, and we're going to be celebrating for a long time because we're turning our country around. We're getting our country back. And we're ruling with common sense, you know, whether you're conservative or liberal, or as they like to say, progressive. They don't like the word liberal anymore. Progressive, I think it's a beautiful word, too. That's why I call them liberal. It's too nice a word. I don't know how you can be progressive when you're turning the country backwards. But no matter what you are, it's all about common sense. And I think that's the way I've ruled. I do what's right. I want to have borders. I don't want to have transgender for anybody that happens to leave the house at a young age, the things they do. I don't want to have men playing in women's sports. That's got to be, you know, they say it's an 80-20. I think it's a 97-3 issue. It's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. There was a long-distance race the other day, or at least reasonably recently, and they had a top man and they had top woman, but it was a woman's race, and the man entered. He happened to be transitioned. Isn't that lovely? And he entered the race, and he beat the champion woman by 5 hours and 14 seconds. 5 hours, that's a lot. Think of it, you're waiting 5 hours for your beautiful daughter to come in. Come on, baby, let's go. You can do it. He won by 5 hours and 14 seconds. It is crazy, and it's so demeaning, and they don't want to change. I see it the other day. Guys like Schumer, our great Palestinian senator, this guy, no, he's changed. He used to like Jewish people. Now he's totally against Jewish people. It's the most incredible transformation I think I've ever seen. But who would allow this to happen? In other sports, the same thing. Try the weightlifting numbers someday. You want to see some big differences. In a million years, the women will never catch these numbers. It's not going to happen. And it's very demeaning to women, and I don't like it when it's demeaning to women. So we're turning the country around fast. We love you all. Thank you very much, and good luck. Thank you.
listening to President Trump there in the East Room of the White House. He is taking time to shake hands with some of the people there behind him. He was sharing many of their stories about how the One Big Beautiful Bill will impact their families and also you and me and everyone else across the United States. He says that this One Big Beautiful Bill could have been broken down into 6 or 7 different bills. It's much harder, he says, to pass it as one big, beautiful bill, but that's what they're up against. And he has imposed a self-imposed deadline of July 4th to get it done. So if the Senate does what it needs to do to get it passed, then it's got to go back before the House again before it's passed and onto his desk before the 4th of July. Some of the stories that he was sharing with us was a DoorDash driver who wants to tour the country with her son. He talked about an electrician, an auto worker, a truck driver, a mom who lost her son to fentanyl, and a dad who lost his daughter when she was hit by someone who was in this country illegally. We will wrap things up for now, but you will have another news break update at the top of the hour here on Dr. Phil's Married TV. I'm Chris Gutierrez. We'll see you then.
It's yours?
Yeah.
Do you have a license?
No. You got 3 people going?
Oh, yeah, you're going.
Oh, yeah, I know I'm going.
All right.
I know I'm going.
You can see it was a gallon-sized bag. Probably had a pound. There's still weed all over the seat. Andre, what's up, man?
Me and my girlfriend, we was just going home.
Why didn't you pull over for the police?
I don't know.
You know that guy?
I know him a little bit.
Hmm?
I know him a little bit. I just know him to see him.
Where do you know him from? Where do you know him from?
I just know him from, like, his name going around in the neighborhood.
What's he doing in your car?
Huh?
What's he doing in your guys' car?
Hmm?
What's he doing in your girl's car?
And she was just taking him somewhere. She was dropping him off, and we was just going home. That's all we was doing.
So you telling me you didn't notice that he was holding a big bag of marijuana and was just dumping it out?
No, I didn't know. I didn't know.
You didn't know? All right. All right. Did you find it?
The marijuana just must have got scattered on the street when we, you know, they were dumping it out. We were driving right through it. It just probably blew it everywhere. I'm gonna go talk to this female.
All right.
Why did you take off on us?
Man, I don't know. A lot of was just going on, I guess.
I mean, you caused yourself a lot of problems. You damaged your car. Was that car registered to you?
Which one is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's your car?
Yeah.
Do you have a driver's license?
Yeah.
Is it valid?
No.
Is
No.
it suspended?
Yeah. I'm gonna be honest.
What was it suspended for?
Huh?
What was it suspended for?
Oh, driving without a license at one time. You know what I'm saying? Was just some tickets.
Okay.
The norm. Nothing major.
All right, well, you're going to jail for fleeing and eluding, drive without a license.
I know, sir, and I was totally wrong.
Okay. All right.
All right. I don't think you were involved in that. You know what I mean? You got no drugs on you. He had the drugs on him. When we got him, we saw him dumping the marijuana out. He had in the scale. But I'm going to let you go, partner.
It's easier to tell the truth than it is to tell a lie.
It's much easier to
Yeah, you had to make it up the first time, and if you had to make it up...
You got to try to keep sticking with it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
When a young wife and mother was diagnosed with ovarian cancer, she and her husband made the choice to openly share their journey.
I wanted to come on here and continue to preach what she taught me about life.
That's tonight on Dr. Phil Primetime.
Well, we have heard so much about sleep cream and how it can help you to sleep like a baby, but will it work for everyone? Well, based on all the feedback, sleep cream should improve sleep for almost any adult who uses it nightly. Even if you don't think you're sleeping better, you may feel more alert and refreshed during the next day. It will vary from person to person, and if you have underlying sleep issues, sleep cream may be less effective. Again, consult your physician before using any product to help you sleep, including sleep cream.
Sleep Cream is the revolutionary all-natural cream made of organic oils and plant extracts. Simply apply Sleep Cream at bedtime and start enjoying. Sleep like a baby and bright-eyed, bushy-tail mornings. I mean, you do want to start sleeping better, right? Try Sleep Cream today.
To order, visit sleepcream.com to start sleeping better guaranteed. And for a limited time, get free shipping on your first order by using code PHIL at checkout at sleepcream.com.
Anyone home?
In here, Aunt Jean.
How's it going, honey?
There's a lot to take care of. More sympathy cards.
Your mom was well loved. I hope you know how grateful she was to have you.
I know. Speaking of grateful,
What is it?
it's a check from United of Omaha Life Insurance Company. Mom's life insurance.
Life insurance? So soon?
Just like they said.
My sister, always looking out for her family.
I can still hear her. I don't want my bills to be your problem. This check will help a lot.
If you're age 45 to 85, you can't be turned down for up to $25,000 in life insurance from United of Omaha. Policies start at just $6.38 a month, and benefits could be paid in as little as 24 hours.
How did she qualify? You know, with her health issues.
With these policies, health issues don't matter. She was so relieved.
Policies are available with no health questions, no medical exam, no blood tests.
I just assumed life insurance would be way over my budget.
No one kept a tighter budget than Mom. If she can manage the rates, you can too.
But did her rates go up every year?
Nope. There's a rate lock built into the policy.
Policies start at just $6.38 a month. Your rate is locked in for life. The cost of a funeral can be $9,000 or more. With one call, you can give your loved ones the protection they need to help pay these costs. And unlike some policies, benefits are payable from the first day.
Mom just felt better knowing we'd have help, and I couldn't be more grateful. You should call United of Omaha.
I guess I'll never stop learning from my big sister.
Don't put off life insurance. Call United of Omaha today.
Call 800-279-3810. You can't be turned down. Call today to lock in your rates. 800-279-3810. That's 800-279-3810.
Got a vehicle in front of us with a non-working tag light, and it also looks like its validation sticker's out of date, so we're fixing to do a traffic stop in it and make contact with the driver.
What am I being pulled over for?
You got no tag lights, sir?
No tag lights?
No tag lights.
My tag's expired, sir. I got a ticket for that just recently. I can't do nothing about it till Friday when I get paid, and I'm on my way to work.
Okay, well, we'll get it all worked out in a second. Let me have your license, registration, and proof of insurance, all right?
I know I shouldn't be driving, but I have to go to work.
I understand that. When did you get stopped for the tag?
I got the tickets right here with me.
Okay.
This is the most recent one.
Okay, that'll work. You got that citation you're talking about?
Yes, sir. Hold on.
You got a bunch of tickets.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, let's see. What's you got pulled over in the city of Tampa.
They apparently suspended my license, and the officer pulled me over. And
What did they suspend your license for?
For not paying a seatbelt ticket that I didn't know I had.
All right, what did that officer definitely probably tell you?
Not to be driving, sir.
And what are you doing tonight?
I'm driving, sir.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very sorry. I have to work.
All right, come on, put your paperwork over in the passenger seat. We'll get all this stuff straightened out, all right?
All right.
And I just want to talk over here, because that way I ain't got to worry about getting run over, you know?
I can feel you.
Just right over here, be fine. All right? All right, do me a favor. Turn around. I want to make sure you ain't got no bombs, nuclear weapons, hand grenades, nothing like that. All right? Just let me drive your hand. Just be real easy with me, all right? Yeah, you can put them in your pocket. All right, just let me have hold. Just relax, okay? Just relax. All right, just like that officer told you the other day, you ain't supposed to be driving. You know that, right?
Yes, sir. Please do not take me to jail. I have a daughter. I have child support, and I'm really caught in a bad spot.
You all right? Am I gonna find anything inside the car?
You might find a roach, maybe.
Okay. Where would that might be?
It might be an ashtray.
All right. Well, we just see. So you roll your own cigars? Or do you use that for the weed you're telling me about?
That's what they're for, sir.
Huh?
I do smoke pot, sir.
Well, I'm not saying you're a bad person. I'm just making an assumption here, and it sounded like my assumption was correct.
I'm being completely honest.
Well, I appreciate it. It's just easier that way, ain't it?
Yeah, it's very.
It's easier to tell the truth than it is to tell a lie, ain't it?
Much easier to just,
Yeah, and see,
Yes.
just like your mama told you and everybody else told you, tell the truth, because it's easier, and that's what I want to hear anyway, ain't it? Okay?
Who wants to be told? Who wants to run around on a lie?
No, because you know what? The bad part about a lie is you had to make it up the first time, and if you had to make it up,
you got to try to keep sticking with it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Okay. I need a place for him to sit down. Okay. For right now. He said there might be some marijuana in here. If not, he's going to go to jail for driving while license suspended after he's been told that his license is no good.
Delta 47. 3 Delta 47, go ahead.
Well, I don't find much of nothing in the car, so I believe we're just going to have to deal with the charge of driving without a good license. All right, well, let me, we'll start on the paperwork for him. We'll get him on his way down to booking.
24, 10, 14.
All right, the thing of it is this, okay? All right, you've already been warned and given a break on the citation because the other officer I'm pretty well told you, okay? And the thing of it,
if you can follow me to my house, I'll park my car in my driveway,
Okay.
sir, and I'll ask my boss to pick me up if she can.
okay, all right. I don't have that luxury right now, but I'm gonna be able to work with you. I'm gonna see if you can't get somebody to come up here and get the car, and I'm gonna be able to call your boss and stuff like that, let them know you're gonna be late, okay? And then you'll be able to get down there, okay?
All right.
That makes sense?
Yes,
I'm gonna work with you as much as I can, but I'm not gonna be able to cut you loose, okay?
Yeah, I guess.
All right, I'm gonna shut the door for a little bit, let this AC get back to you.
All right.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right, just hang tight. I'll be with you in a second. All right?
Yeah.
Hopefully he'll pay attention when an officer gives you a ticket less than a month ago for the same charge.
I got a motorcycle filling a stop. That was pretty stupid, don't you think? Shelly, did you tell him to stop?
No, I didn't tell him. What did I do?
An important message for Americans age 50 to 85.
Oh my gosh, you're still using Mom's old coffee pot.
It's my inheritance.
Well, it is a family heirloom.
You know what? The kids can just sell it to pay for my funeral.
It's a good thing you have life insurance.
Life insurance with our family history.
Don't you know about Colonial Penn? It's guaranteed acceptance, whole life insurance with no medical questions asked.
I'm on a fixed income.
Who isn't?
You have it?
We all do. John, Maria, even Paul with all of his medical problems.
Colonial Penn.
That's right. Colonial Penn Life Insurance Company. As you get older, your health may change. Colonial Penn understands that. And we don't think it should keep you from getting life insurance to help protect your family. That's why we guarantee acceptance to everyone aged 50 to 85. No health questions, no medical exam. Applying is easy. And you have your choice of options starting at $9.95 a month, a few dollars a week, 35 cents a day. And your price will never go up. A lifetime rate lock guarantees it. This protection can last a lifetime, too. Some insurance policies end once you reach a certain age. Not this one. Pay your bill, and it's yours to keep for as long as you'd like.
How did you apply?
Called for information, got an application, filled it out, sent it back. It took a few minutes. And look at this. They sent me this free beneficiary planner just for calling. I filled in all my important information and final wishes. Now my kids will have everything they need in one place.
Ready to learn more? Call for free information and your free gift. There's no obligation. Every policy we issue comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. You have nothing to lose. Why wait? Call now.
Call 1-800-688-1483 for your free information and your free gift. That's 1-800-688-1483. There's no obligation. 1-800-688-1483. Call now.
I'm familiar with this guy right here. He does not have a license for a motorcycle or a car. I've actually arrested him 2 times for the same thing. 11 hole. I got a motorcycle filling a stop on Pawtucket Boulevard, headed inbound. It's going to be a black motorcycle. I'm familiar with the operator. It's going to be a Raymond. We're going left onto Varnum Ave towards Little General. 11 Low. No, he has no license. I've stopped him in the past. All right, the sergeant told us to stop the pursuit. He does not know how to ride the bike. He's got a passenger, it's his wife. Another unit has him stopped right over the line. This is the suspect that was running from us.
When we showed up, we came up the street here.
Ray, turn around, put your hands behind your back.
He was on the bike, drove it up the hill, and drove it in the back.
You saw the bike up there?
We're in drinking.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hold him like this. Yeah, I'm just gonna hold him like this for now.
Can I give my wife my wallet, my money?
Yes, Ray. Ray. Yep. That was pretty stupid, don't you think? Ray, that was pretty stupid, don't you think?
What?
Taking off.
You know what you're talking about. The bike's in the back.
Charlene, don't go in the house either, okay?
Make sure there's no drugs on it.
We went through this about how many times? Twice, right? And take this.
No money, what did I do?
You shouldn't be reaching for anything. Give me his wallet, please.
Yeah. No, give me his wallet. Give my wallet. He can look. Make sure there's no drugs and no alcohol or whatever.
You're gonna put alcohol in your wallet, Ray?
Nope.
You don't have anything sharp on you?
I can't say.
I mean, you're never gonna get your license, Ray.
Yeah.
Charlene, did you tell him to stop?
No, I didn't tell him. I didn't tell him.
She's not the driver.
Do you realize that you could have killed yourself, your wife, and then your son would have no parents?
You know what?
I don't know what you're thinking.
I'm not.
Ray, I was expecting to find you to be dropped down drunk or something, not thinking straight.
Nope. Nope. You know what
You
I
know,
mean?
I just talked to you the other day. You said you weren't even with Charlene
You know what
anymore.
I did? I went and got a coffee. I was dropping the bike off the summer. The for sale sign is in the back.
You've told me this for sale story
bag,
before.
Look at, how's this? Between me and you, go over to my bike right now. Go look, and the for sale sign's in the bag right now.
Okay.
Okay? To put it here, put it on the lawn, put the thing for sale.
Who lives here?
All right, Laurie, my wife's friends, and AJ's friends. All right,
Okay.
that's where the whole thing was going. I haven't touched the thing. You know what I mean?
Just stay here, okay?
Taking the number right off of Hank.
Can you believe he made it through here? Probably cruising pretty good. He has no license, no experience on a bike, just bought it. Right in here, didn't dump it, didn't hit the tree, didn't hit the ladder. Cleaned. I don't know if he even went through here because the tires aren't wet.
Was he riding alone when you saw him
No.
the first time?
Does his wife get off?
It was just him. When we came up, I think she might have said, "Get out of here."
I don't know. The guy's never going to learn, I guess. Enjoys the bike too much. Charlene, he doesn't have a license, and he's dropping the bike. You're getting on the back, and you have a 10-year-old son.
I wasn't on the back or nothing.
You weren't on the back? Don't leave, please. Don't leave. I'm going to check you for papers, okay?
Go ahead.
So this is why I'm bringing you over here. Car 1112. And you check papers on a Charlene 331. Where's Brandon?
I'm not telling you.
You're not telling me where your son is?
Nope.
Okay. All right. So you don't know?
Yes, I do know.
Oh.
I'm not telling you.
Well, AJ doesn't know. And, you know, you smell like you've been drinking. I don't know. Are you capable of taking care of him right now?
Of course I am.
You are? Okay. Well, where is he so I can make sure?
I'm not telling you.
Okay. Thank you. We're waiting on a paper, so stay there. We're waiting on a paper. Great. So you know what you're being charged with?
No.
Okay. Operating to endanger, failure to stop for a police officer, driving without a license, and probably a few other traffic violations. Failure to stop for a red light, you weren't signaling, all those other things. All right? I still can't understand what you're thinking, Ray.
You're the only one in the car, right?
My dog.
Oh, your dog's still in there?
I'm trying to get her out.
If I get bit, you gotta come help me, right? Hello.
Anyone home?
In here, Aunt Jean.
How's it going, honey?
There's a lot to take care of. More sympathy cards.
Your mom was well loved. I hope you know how grateful she was to have you.
I know. Speaking of grateful,
What is it?
it's a check from United of Omaha Life Insurance Company. Mom's life insurance.
Life insurance? So soon?
Just like they said.
My sister, always looking out for her family.
I can still hear her. I don't want my bills to be your problem. This check will help a lot.
If you're age 45 to 85, you can't be turned down for up to $25,000 in life insurance from United of Omaha. Policies start at just $6.38 a month, and benefits could be paid in as little as 24 hours.
How did she qualify? You know, with her health issues.
With these policies, health issues don't matter. She was so relieved.
Policies are available with no health questions, no medical exam, no blood tests.
I just assumed life insurance would be way over my budget.
No one kept a tighter budget than Mom. If she can manage the rates, you can too.
But did her rates go up every year?
Nope. There's a rate lock built into the policy.
Policies start at just $6.38 a month. Your rate is locked in for life. The cost of a funeral can be $9,000 or more. With one call, you can give your loved ones the protection they need to help pay these costs. And unlike some policies, benefits are payable from the first day.
Mom just felt better knowing we'd have help, and I couldn't be more grateful. You should call United of Omaha.
I guess I'll never stop learning from my big sister.
Don't put off life insurance. Call United of Omaha today.
Call 800-279-3810. You can't be turned down. Call today to lock in your rates. 800-279-3810. That's 800-279-3810.
Welcome to 88 Fortune Slots, winner of the free-to-play mobile slots game of the year. Around here, it's all about the action. Download 88 Fortune Slots for free and get a 7 billion coin bonus. 88 Fortune Slots.
Insurify. At Insurify, we make it easy to cut your car insurance bill in half. Half? How? Just go to Insurify.com and compare dozens of quotes in a few clicks. We cut out the middleman so you can cut your bill in half. Go to Insurify.com and save up to 50% on your car insurance.
They did the crime. Nancy Grace will do the time, analyzing it.
Busted. Join us on Crime Stories with Nancy Grace as we investigate missing people and unsolved homicides.
Crime Stories with Nancy Grace on Dr. Phil's Merit TV.
Hi guys, what did you think about the motorcycle chase? Very risky to run from cops on a motorcycle. The guy doesn't even know how to ride one. Coming up, the aftermath of a terrifying car accident. And to make it worse, there's a dog trapped in the vehicle. Well, lucky, one brave officer steps in and tries to save the dog. As for the driver, he crashed the car because he was on the phone. Reminder, do not text, call, or do anything while driving unless it's hands-free. Don't believe me? Ask the dog.
Looks like we're fixing to get busy and go to a major accident, possible ejection, so we'll see what's going on with that.
Block steering green from the feeder road.
Y'all okay?
We show all pictures inventory out of the vehicle this time.
Everybody's out and all good?
Yeah.
Stop again. One car? One car?
Oh, yeah.
You're the only one in the car, right?
My dog.
Oh, your dog's still in there?
We're trying to get her out.
You can't get her out, or she don't come out?
She won't come out. Sure, hold on. Hold on. Third floor. You probably all do it by yourself? Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, you got a bunker coat with some gloves?
Yeah.
That's it. I'm gonna try and reach in there and get the dog, see if the dog will come to me or get out. The dog may run back into the truck.
Hey, check it. Make sure that's stable.
Stable? It's okay. If I get bit, you're gonna come help me, right?
Hey, buddy.
Back there, Harris County. You should back there, South 1 stable. Obtaining your vehicle this time. Back there, 2 stable, obtaining your vehicle 2290.
One dog. Hey, hello. Hello. It's got to feel better than being in there, right?
Yeah.
This yours?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Got any other family or anybody that can help you out with that?
They're coming again.
Okay, there you go. Okay. What happened, Jeremiah? What's going on?
I was on the phone and talking to a friend of mine and...
Just lost control or what?
I guess so.
Guess so?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, and that's your dog?
Yes.
What's the dog's name?
Jasmine.
Jasmine? Okay, well, I'm glad you and your dog are okay. Is there any more?
No.
Hey, as soon as they get through with you, the other deputy's going to need to talk to you some more and get some more information from you, okay?
Okay.
Won't take but just a minute. I know you're ready to go home. Has your dog ever been mean before?
No.
I'll grab barking dogs and growling dogs.
That's nice.
You may not want to watch this part. All right, let's see what all you want to get out of there right quick. So what are you going to do?
Issue my ticket.
Issue him a ticket? And then, of course, he's going to have an accident report, all that to do.
County will charge them for their street light.
So it's going to cost him quite a bit for talking on the cell phone, playing with a CD player, and driving.
Yes, sir.
Very expensive lesson to learn. And you walked away from it. The dog walked away from it, kind of.
That you saved.
Yeah. Too much multitasking while driving. Yeah. Well, hello there. We meet again. I can't believe y'all got her in the truck.
Well, she didn't mind getting in this one. She was probably glad to get out of that other one.
Beats that other one, doesn't it?
Thank you, sir.
All right, be careful going home.
Thank you.
He's driving off today. He's just very, very lucky. Overturned vehicle. He could have not survived that accident.
132 in Bush. I've got him at gunpoint. Okay, gunpoint 132 in Bush. Covers code 3. Being sent. X 2514 can transmit on text.
Nobody now give you no break. Police now give you no break. That old soldier man I give you no break. Not even your eyes now give you no breaks. Well, hey, bad boys, oh, what you gonna do? Or what you gonna do when they come for you?
Nancy Grace here. We are watching Cops Reloaded on Merit TV, and we kick it off with cops pulling over a driver with a cracked windshield. But just as he is questioned, things take a dramatic turn. Another vehicle slams into a cyclist right in front of the arresting officer. And let me tell you, this collision looks life-threatening. Talk about perfect timing for a witness. But don't think the original suspect is off the hook. All I can say is it's been a very wild shift for this one officer.
This is extreme right here.
Hey, get on the ground!
Bad boys, what you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys, what you gonna do?
I ain't got nothing.
Take my word and just let me go.
Stop!
320, I'll be on a stop that vehicle I just ran. I'm following a red Camaro right now. It's got a cracked windshield, and it's occupied by two subjects that reside here in Mira Loma. I'm gonna go ahead and light them up and talk to the driver about the cracked windshield. Shut your car off. Put your hands on the steering wheel. Front passenger, put your hands on the dash. What's going on?
Not much, sir. How's it
You have a driver's license? Huh?
No, sir.
How come?
I don't know.
All right, you guys sit tight. Keep your hands on the dash and on the steering wheel, all right? Don't move. 320, do you have an available unit? Take your seatbelt off, man. Take it off. Take your seatbelt off. Put your hands behind your back. Interlace your fingers. Come on, back here. No, walk backwards. Yep, it's all right. Coming right in here. Face your car. Have a seat right here. Oh my God. 3 Edward 20, I need AMR and CDF to my location for a pedestrian versus vehicle. Pull over. Go around and pull over. Affirm. Just be advised, it's a completely separate incident from my traffic stop. I'm going to need one additional unit here to assist me with closing down the lanes. Hey, can you hear me? Don't move, okay? Stay still. I got paramedics coming for you. Stay still. Stay still. I got paramedics coming for you. I just don't want to move him. You keep your hands on the steering wheel. You understand? On the dashboard. You understand? Don't move. Just stay there. You guys know who this guy is?
Tony, lay there. Don't move, Tony.
Tony, lay down, okay? Stay there.
Tony, he's on the next corner.
On the next corner? Tony, no, you gotta lay down, man. Tony, you gotta lay still. Tony, you gotta lay still.
What's going on?
Vehicle versus pet. He was one on a bike.
All right. Hey, bud, what's your name?
Tony. No, he's not answering any questions, but his name's Tony.
Tony.
He's been trying to get up.
You remember what happened? Keep your head still.
I'm gonna grab back door.
Hirioka, take that guy out of the car and search him and cuff him up for me, okay?
Yeah.
So the car was traveling probably 45 or so. I heard her lock up her brakes, and I turned around because I was on my traffic stop. When I turned around, I heard the smack, and he got rolled up on the windshield and got tossed. Yeah, the person that hit him is right up here. What happened?
She said we were coming this way, and then the guy was looking at you guys, and then he was looking at us, and then she didn't see him. When she saw him, he was up close. That's when she stopped.
So you guys were traveling westbound on Mission Boulevard, and he was traveling the same way, coming up behind my police car.
Yeah, he was going this way. We're here. He was going that way. He was looking at us, then he was looking at you guys. Then my aunt hit him in an accident.
So he went out around. He went out around my car. You guys are okay, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, right now we've turned our focus back onto my traffic stop. We're gonna search this vehicle. The driver's driving on a suspended license, and I stopped him for the cracked windshield. So what we'll do is we're going to verify that his license is suspended, and most likely issue him a citation and probably tow his car for driving on a suspended license. The victim is transported to community hospital, and hopefully he'll be all right.
Fixing my alarm. Right here in the middle of the street, you're trying to pull outside of the road, trying to fix a latch? I mean, come on. I mean, really? Can you toss the car?
When a young wife and mother was diagnosed with ovarian cancer, she and her husband made the choice to openly share their journey.
I wanted to come on here and continue to preach what she taught me about life.
That's tonight on Dr. Phil Primetime.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
Mom, we're so glad you're feeling better. You gave us such a scare.
I know, honey. Me too. But I want you to know I'm at peace with my homegoing when my time is up. And did I also tell you that I got coverage for my funeral so you and your brother would not have to worry about expenses?
I didn't know you were saving money for your final expenses.
I haven't. I called Open Care, and with one phone call, I was eligible for $30,000 for my funeral and final expenses.
That's wonderful, Mom, but how did you pass your medical exam with your health condition?
Oh, that's the best part. No medical exam is needed.
That's right, and my rates can never increase, my benefits will not decrease, and my coverage will never be canceled.
Mom, I'm so glad you called.
You can now get up to $30,000 in life insurance coverage to help pay for your funeral and other final expenses. There's no medical exam, and you can be enrolled with just one phone call. Your rates can never be increased, your benefits can never be decreased, and your coverage can never be canceled. Call the number on your screen now and see how a final expense life insurance plan can help you. We don't want to leave our loved ones with debt. The cost of a funeral can be $10,000 or more. A final expense life insurance plan will pay up to $30,000, which can be used for funeral and other final expenses. Call 800-681-4307 now for your free information. You can now get up to $30,000 in life insurance coverage to help pay for your funeral and other final expenses. There's no medical exam, and you can be enrolled with just one phone call. Your rates can never be increased, your benefits can never be decreased, and your coverage can never be canceled. Call the number on your screen now and see how a final expense life insurance plan can help you. There's no obligation. Call 800-681-4307. That's 800-681-4307.
I saw a car back here, parked halfway on the road, half off the road, with a gentleman hanging out the driver's side door. So we're gonna see what's going on. What happened?
My thing fell out while I was driving.
What thing?
My little driving thing right here.
Huh?
This thing right here, I was fixing my alarm.
Right here in the middle of the street?
I just pulled over real quick.
Okay, you live around here?
No. Just
No?
picking a friend up real quick.
Where at?
Another car.
Yeah, you got an ID on you, man, real quick?
Yeah, hold on one second.
All right. Is this your car?
No, my girlfriend.
Your girlfriend's car? You want to get out of here, right?
Yeah.
All right, then just put it down for a minute and give me your ID.
My girl's gonna kill me, man.
All right, it's just a little thing. Here you go. Have a seat. Give me this. There you go.
I'm sorry about that. I didn't know I couldn't pull over to the side real quick.
No, it's just where you are, man. Do you know where you are? No? This area right here? This area right here is known, right, for a lot of drug activity, all right? Robberies, shootings, and there's just a car put over on the side of the road.
Oh, no,
You know what I mean? You're trying to pull off the side of the road, trying to fix a latch? I mean, come on. I mean, really? I'm asking you if you have anything that you guys are worried about, and right now you're making me nervous. You have anything on you?
No, sir.
No, you have any weapons? Put your wallet down for me, man.
Yes, sir.
Come over here. Put your hand behind your back. Yeah, just relax.
Oh, man.
Put your feet. Put your feet. I mean, if you hold them, let me know.
I got a little weed, you know. I smoke a little trees.
Where's it at?
This
No,
pocket right
no. Okay. All right. Just relax. All right, you're not under arrest right now, okay? Just relax, all right? Like I said, you're not under arrest, but for my safety and yours, all right? I'm gonna put you in handcuffs, all right? How much weed is it?
Little bag I just got from my own bro.
Right here?
Yeah, for sure.
Ooh. What's this for?
I was fixing something at my girlfriend's house.
How much you pay for that?
$25.
$25? Okay. Put them in your car. Come over here, man. Can you toss the car?
I guess this is what he was messing with when he first pulled up.
What do you got?
38. That's a fuse box.
Okay. That's what he was going for the whole time, kept stalling. Lucky for me, he didn't pull it out. Omar,
Yes, sir.
you want to tell me anything about anything in that car?
And up about,
Anything in that car that's in there?
like I told you, just like when you came to the car, so I just picked up the car and I'm about to pick somebody up.
All right, I'll tell you what. You sure? And you're positive? You don't want to man up and tell me anything about what was in that car?
You said man up.
Man up.
What am I being arrested for?
Okay. First, you're being arrested for possession of marijuana. Okay. And at this point, you're being arrested for possession of a stolen firearm. In the box, right where you were, in the circuit box that you were trying to put the cover back on, right where I made contact with you, was a stolen firearm right there. All right, hang on here for me. What else you got? Ecstasy. Further search of the vehicle. Where'd you find this?
Right up in front of the shifter.
Was it right in his immediate reach?
Yeah, it was at plain view, sitting right on top.
Right in front of the shifter in his immediate reach. Ecstasy pills, 8 of them. 3 good felonies and a misdemeanor. All right, Omar. All right, look, man, we're finding out ecstasy. in the car, right there, right in plain view. I mean, so listen, you know, you say it's your girlfriend's car, right?
Yes, sir.
So are you saying that maybe the gun and X belong to your girlfriend?
I'm not saying anything. All I'm saying is that don't belong to me. The weed was in my pocket. That belongs to me.
Okay.
If I seen you right there,
okay,
I could have easily ran. I figured, man, I got some trees. I'm fixing the car. You know what I'm saying? I didn't take it more past that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So the XC that was in your immediate, right in your area, right there on the shifter, where it's plain as day, you had no idea it was there.
No clue, sir.
Okay, and just like the gun that was right there, okay, where we found it, you didn't know it was there. They don't buy it.
Oh, man. What did you take?
I have taken nothing, sir.
Okay, he's amped. Look at his pupils.
I'm just searching for the Lord.
You're searching for the Lord?
Anyone home?
In here, Aunt Jean.
How's it going, honey?
There's a lot to take care of. More sympathy cards.
Your mom was well loved. I hope you know how grateful she was to have you.
I know. Speaking of grateful,
what is it?
It's a check from United of Omaha Life Insurance Company. Mom's life insurance.
Life insurance? So soon?
Just like they said.
My sister, always looking out for her family.
I can still hear her. I don't want my bills to be your problem. This check will help a lot.
If you're age 45 to 85, you can't be turned down for up to $25,000 in life insurance from United of Omaha. Policies start at just $6.38 a month, and benefits could be paid in as little as 24 hours.
How did she qualify? You know, with her health issues.
With these policies, health issues don't matter. She was so relieved.
Policies are available with no health questions, no medical exam, no blood tests.
I just assumed life insurance would be way over my budget.
No one kept a tighter budget than Mom. If she can manage the rates, you can too.
But did her rates go up every year?
Nope. There's a rate lock built into the policy.
Policies start at just $6.38 a month. Your rate is locked in for life. The cost of a funeral can be $9,000 or more. With one call, you can give your loved ones the protection they need to help pay these costs. And unlike some policies, benefits are payable from the first day.
Mom just felt better knowing we'd have help, and I couldn't be more grateful. You should call United of Omaha.
I guess I'll never stop learning from my big sister.
Don't put off life insurance. Call United of Omaha today.
Call 800-279-3810. You can't be turned down. Call today to lock in your rates. 800-279-3810. That's 800-279-3810.
Okay, we're heading to an unknown trouble call. Step up from a 911 hang-up. We've got a deputy who just went on scene. He's got two subjects outside.
Okay. Go ahead and have a seat in the car, and then when we're done with this, we'll get something for you, okay? Go have a seat, please.
Now go ahead and roll fire. This subject acting kind of weird.
You have any ID on you? You have any ID on your person?
In the house, sir.
It's in the house? Where in the house? Where in the house?
I'm not rightly sure, sir.
What have you had today? Have you taken any drugs or anything?
I have had nothing, sir.
Step out of the car for me. Come on. Come out here. Put your feet out here. Swing your feet out here.
Step out.
Come on. Come on. Put your feet out here. Stand up. I'm going to help you up.
Yes, I will.
Okay, come
you
on.
want me to if that is your order?
Stand up. Come on. Get out here. Come on. You don't have any ID in your back pocket?
You might have to fix the cabin on you.
I didn't feel any. I just patted him down the first time.
I have nothing.
What have you been taking tonight?
Nothing, sir.
How come you're all sweaty, you're going crazy, you're shaking? What's wrong?
I'm just searching for the Lord.
You're searching for the Lord?
Oh, man. What did you take? What did you take?
Nothing.
We need to know.
Okay, he's amped. Look at his pupils.
All tensed up.
How much did you take? We're trying to help you. You want to die right here? How much did you take? Are you smoking glass?
No, sir.
Are you slamming?
No, sir.
You're not slamming?
No, sir.
What are you doing?
I'm not doing anything.
You're slamming, aren't you?
No, sir. I'm just holding straight still.
That is. Where's... Did you shoot up?
He's been slamming.
Yeah, he shot up with something.
No, sir.
Hey, you got a mark on your arm where the needle was in.
Hold her up a second.
Come here, man.
What's your name? What's your name?
Tammy.
Hi, I'm Deputy Jones. How you doing?
Hi, good.
You wanna tell me what was going on with him?
I met him on a week ago Friday at Roman's Oasis. We talked all week. You know, I was assuming he was going to work every day, and then today he pulled out a bag, and it's meth, and I did, you know, I'm pretty sure it's meth.
Yeah.
I did some of it, but not a whole lot, and he didn't do. But you know, I don't know what he did before. And
Is that when you started?
and about I would say not even an hour, he just snapped. I mean, this look in his eye was. I thought he was gonna hurt me. So
Yeah.
I got, you know, I left. He came with me because people were after him. I didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
I mean, he's scary. I have 2 jobs. I'm an, you know.
Well, those jobs go away once you start doing class.
Yeah. No, I won't start. Trust me.
Okay.
Because I
Glad
won't
you're okay.
be around that. Me too. Thank you guys very much for showing up.
You bet.
You know. Thank you for
What have you been taking tonight? You gotta help me out there, partner.
I have taken nothing, sir.
When I pulled up to the house there, he's standing up by that kneeling next to the driver's side door of this truck here.
He was kneeling?
Yeah, holding this Bible in between his hands. You know?
He's definitely high.
Steve, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna stand you up and sit you down on this gurney here so they can take you to the hospital, okay?
Sir.
I'm gonna take your handcuffs off of you.
No, sir. Please leave them on, sir.
I need to take them off so you can sit down on that gurney right there. They're gonna go ahead and strap you down though, okay? So you're not gonna go anywhere, okay?
Is he under arrest?
Stand up, Steve. Stand up. Put your feet underneath you. Put your feet underneath you. I'm not gonna hold you up. Put your feet underneath you.
Jesus is my Savior.
Well, here you see the results of methamphetamine use and abuse. We're sending him off with fire to be checked out at the hospital so his heart doesn't explode.
There we go, Bob.
Put your back right up against the back here. Swing your feet up there.
To say.
It's okay. You don't have to say anything.
Lord.
I don't believe in hitting women.
You just told me you hit her,
Yes, sir, I did.
but yet you don't believe in it.
No, sir, I don't.
That kind of contradictory, isn't it?
I understand that.
Well, there is nothing more frustrating than tossing and turning in your bed, your mind racing, and you're thinking, gosh, I'll never fall asleep. From warm milk to melatonin to prescription meds, there's no shortage of sleep aids. But what about CBD, the active ingredient found in sleep cream? More and more studies show that CBD helps people to fall asleep and stay asleep. Many CBD products are oil-based. Sleep Cream's pharmaceutical-grade CBD crystals are over 99% pure, sourced from known small-batch domestic hemp farmers. But is it safe? According to Harvard Medical School, for most adults, CBD appears to be a very safe product. The CBD in Sleep Cream is 99% pure CBD isolate. It's THC-free as well. So this is not a hallucinogenic, and it is not addictive. So the short answer is CBD in Sleep Cream is safe and it's legal. As always, consult your physician before using any product to help you sleep, including Sleep Cream.
Anyone home?
In here, Aunt Jean.
How's it going, honey?
There's a lot to take care of. More sympathy cards.
Your mom was well loved. I hope you know how grateful she was to have you.
I know. Speaking of grateful,
What is it?
it's a check from United of Omaha Life Insurance Company. Mom's life insurance.
Life insurance? So soon?
Just like they said.
My sister, always looking out for her family.
I can still hear her. I don't want my bills to be your problem. This check will help a lot.
If you're age 45 to 85, you can't be turned down for up to $25,000 in life insurance from United of Omaha. Policies start at just $6.38 a month, and benefits could be paid in as little as 24 hours.
How did she qualify? You know, with her health issues.
With these policies, health issues don't matter. She was so relieved.
Policies are available with no health questions, no medical exam, no blood tests.
I just assumed life insurance would be way over my budget.
No one kept a tighter budget than Mom. If she can manage the rates, you can too.
But did her rates go up every year?
Nope. There's a rate lock built into the policy.
Policies start at just $6.38 a month. Your rate is locked in for life. The cost of a funeral can be $9,000 or more. With one call, you can give your loved ones the protection they need to help pay these costs. And unlike some policies, benefits are payable from the first day.
Mom just felt better knowing we'd have help, and I couldn't be more grateful. You should call United of Omaha.
I guess I'll never stop learning from my big sister.
Don't put off life insurance. Call United of Omaha today.
Call 800-279-3810. You can't be turned down. Call today to lock in your rates. 800-279-3810. That's 800-279-3810.
When there's a dispute, I prefer to talk it out. These athletes, well, they prefer a more physical method. Watch TCL Team Boxing League weekends on Merit TV.
What did you think about the man in the last story? Clearly out of it, not coherent at all. He's incredibly fortunate officers were there to help him. It's terrifying to witness someone in that state under the influence like that. He should be thankful he's still alive. Coming up, we hear from a woman who claims her partner has been holding her hostage. She managed to escape to a nearby convenience store to call for help, but she's deeply worried about her children left behind in the house. She is in awful shape. 2 black eyes, very upset. Let's watch.
We've been flagged down by a female who's been assaulted and saying that the suspect is across the street at this other store in a silver truck.
I have an 8-month-old and a 2-month-old son and an 87-year-old grandmother over
Is this your husband or?
My boyfriend that's living with me, and he's been holding us hostage, threatening to kill me in front of my kids. Would you please go get him?
Did he drop you off over here? Or?
He went to go get cigarettes, and me being the smart blonde, I jumped out of the truck and ran over here.
What's his name?
Joshua.
What's your name?
Christine. I have a warrant out. I don't care about good job. I have the money in my purse. I mean, if I can do a bond in hand, I will. I have an 8-month-old and 2-year-old kid. All I'm worried about is that my kids are okay.
Let's go to her house. It's just right over here.
It's right there.
Ride with him. We're gonna have the ambulance meet us over there. She tells us that she has been assaulted and that there's a 8-month-old baby and an 87-year-old male still at her house. So we're gonna go check on the welfare of them. Is that his sword? Y'all cover him and I'll handcuff him, okay? Keep your hands up. Turn around. Get on your knees. What's your name, guy?
Joshua.
Who else is in the house?
I heard great-grandma and the kids.
Why are her eyes black?
Because she started hitting me.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Where you beat up at?
Probably not real bad. But...
Okay. She's been wailed on. That's strange. Hold in on her.
She gets drunk and she starts hitting.
She gets drunk and starts hitting you?
Yes, sir.
Well, your face is not as swole up as hers is.
No, sir, it's not.
And why is that?
I guess I hit harder.
Hit harder and more times, maybe?
No, sir. 1 for 1. I don't believe in hitting women.
You just told me you hit her?
Yes, sir, I did.
But yet you don't believe in it?
No, sir, I don't.
That kind of contradictory, isn't it?
I understand that.
Okay, stand up. Well, until we figure out what's going on, we're gonna let you have a seat in the back of this police car, all right?
So when he did this to your face, both your kids and your grandma were in the room with you when all this happened.
They've seen what's happening. Yes.
They actually, did your grandmother actually see you getting beat up?
Yes. And she's heard it. I mean, it's been for the past, I'm gonna say about 2 hours now. I've been getting my ass whipped.
So what started the initial fight tonight? I mean,
Him drinking. Usually he don't drink at all. I'm an Alcoholics Anonymous. and I'm not gonna lie, I've had a little bit to drink tonight. I'm not drunk. He proceeded to whip my ass. He told me if I tried to call the cops or if I tried to escape that he would whip my ass. That he'd kill me.
All right, let them check out your face, okay?
Grandma said she didn't see or hear anything, that he didn't bring her back into the other room and proceed to whoop her in front of everybody.
Yeah.
It just happened. She heard them arguing.
Well,
fine.
I mean, I think he needs to go for assault, and if she has a warrant, pick her up when she gets done with her medical issues, you know?
Yeah.
Joshua,
Yes, sir.
you're under arrest for assault, domestic violence with serious bodily injury. Is this the first time anything like this has ever happened?
No, if she gets drunk and she fights, you can ask neighbors around here. That one, the one across the street, is her ex-boyfriend's boss. She beat the out of him.
Well, it's a little more than fighting tonight, man. I mean, her face is swole up.
This is the first time I've ever hit her. I swear to God.
She's pretty messed up. Go ahead and have a seat, and he's got to get some questions from you, and we'll be back here in a second, man. He's been arrested for assault with serious bodily injury, and then we're going to meet up with her out at the hospital to get an affidavit from her.
132 in Bush. I've got him at gunpoint. Okay, gunpoint. 132 in Bush. Covers code 3. Being sent. 2514 can transmit on text.
Nobody now give you no break. Police now give you no break. That old soldier man now give you no break. Not even your eyes now give you no break.
I'm here in the East Room of the White House for the news break where President Trump just wrapped up an event here talking about the One Big Beautiful Bill, really touting all the accomplishments that he believes are in this bill. And this is as it is right now in a holdup and a standstill in the Senate. There are many senators who we believe are holdouts. Earlier in the day, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said that the president is making phone calls to those senators, trying to get them on board. He even called up his border czar, Tom Homan, who really gave a clarion call to these members of Congress, saying that they would be ridiculous, even using expletives to say if they didn't vote for this because of all the provisions that are in it for border security here. But the president also making some news during his remarks about trade, saying that just yesterday the U.S. actually signed a trade deal with China. And obviously this is huge news considering how large of a trade partner is with the U.S. And this had gone off the radar. And it also comes as we know that trade deals are coming to an end here in just a few weeks on July 8th. The press secretary pressed about them earlier if the president was going to move that deadline. But so far we know that they're waiting for this One Big Beautiful Bill to get signed, which the deadline is July 4th. He was asked on his way out if he believes it is going to be able to be signed by July 4th. I couldn't hear what his answer was, but that's the big question because there are so many holdouts right now, and it has to go also back down to the House if this piece of legislation would get on his desk by July 4th. But the White House also saying, as it pertains to trade, that we won't know some of these trade frameworks, which obviously are very important and affect a lot of Americans with tariffs, until after that trade deal is signed. The president saying that right now those tariffs are actually bringing in over $80 billion for the U.S. A lot happening here at the White House today.
Hi guys, Nancy Grace here. We are watching Cops Reloaded here on Merit TV. First story, a driver pulled over and questioned for a broken tag light, otherwise known as a tail light. Once he exits the vehicle, he ends up taking off and trying to flee officers. We see this over and over and always with the same outcome. I do not advise running from cops because now that he ran, he has additional charges, a fleeing arrest. Let's watch.
This is extreme right here.
Hey, get on the ground! Bad boys, what you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys, what you gonna do? I ain't got nothing.
Take my word and just let me go.
Stop!
Stopped this car, just went by, no tag light on it. Got a lot of drug sales, drug purchasing going on in here this time of night. A lot of complaints. Let's see what we got up here.
Advocate 2005, Alpha 81.
26, 65 tag. What's up?
Hey, how you doing, sir?
Good, how you doing?
All right.
Got your license on you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Is this your car?
Yes, sir.
In your name?
What's the point?
Let me ask you this. What you doing in this neck of the woods?
Sir?
What are you doing in this neck of the
Get
woods?
for to get the brake light. When I pressed on the brake, the light go out. So
See-
I'm finna see do they sell the little brake light for
So you had to come all the way over?
No, I've been over this way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've been over this way.
Okay.
My job right there on the next street. Reliable roof.
All right. The reason why you're getting pulled over tonight is because your tag light doesn't work. You got anything car I need to know about? Knives, guns, drugs, show up here for any
No, sir.
horseshoes on Bin Laden? You don't mind if I search your car?
No problem, sir. You want me to come out?
Huh? Yeah, go ahead, step out of the car. Just when you do, just put your hands right up there. Just right at the top of the car.
Job.
No.
You can call my boss man.
Turn around. Put your hands on your head.
Over the head?
Yeah. Did you think you were getting arrested?
Sir?
Did you think you were going to jail or something?
Nah, this is just the principle, man.
What?
Y'all searching me. For what? For a
I'm
brake
just making
light,
sure you don't have any weapons.
Okay, no.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Relax.
Yes, sir.
You know, you're outside the car. You all right?
Nah,
Is there something I should know about?
No, sir.
You sure?
Yes, sir.
The chest is pounding, boss.
Yeah, because this is my first time in life getting
Oh,
pulled
really?
over this way. I never got arrested over this way, sir.
Okay. Just do me a favor. Come stand back here. You take your shoes off for me? Just slip off, right?
Yes, sir.
Runner! Better stop! Got a tase.
No.
Sit down! Get on the ground now! Put your hands behind your back.
Please, you understand? Yes, sir. I'm so sorry.
Put your hands behind your back.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I made a mistake. I ain't.
We got 10:15, 23.
My wife just had kids.
He was acting very nervous. Told him to start taking off his shoes. He took off running. Right there, somewhere right in here, you got a bag of crack. You got a bag of crack right there. Mark, I got one bag so far.
Yeah, it was crack. He's lying to us.
Listen, can you look at me? What'd you run for, man?
I barely could breathe.
So you ran because you couldn't breathe?
Huh?
So you ran because you couldn't breathe?
I was scared.
What are you scared of?
I don't know. This is my first time ever being on this and with police is behind me.
No, really? All right, stand up.
Wait.
Huh?
I said, hold on.
Did you run out of your pants?
No, I barely could breathe.
Huh?
I said I barely could breathe.
Then I could have gone a lot easier for that guy. Have a seat. A little bit of dope. You'd have just gone for a simple ride. Now he's got additional charges going on him. Resisting with, fleeing. It's going to be a night he's going to spend in county jail for a little bit longer time.
Why are you shaking like this here?
He's shaking.
You don't have nothing inside this car, right?
No, sir.
Mind if I take a look inside?
I'd rather not.
You rather not?
No, sir.
Okay, there's a guilty-minded person, there's an innocent-minded person.
Step into a world of tranquility. Enjoy private accommodations. Let go of distractions and embrace the calm.
Break it up!
Start your quiet exploration in jail every weekday on Merit TV.
It's really been a gift having Mom live with us, but as a nurse, my training told me she needed more help than I could provide. So I connected with a place for Mom. My senior living advisor understood our unique situation. She quickly recommended communities and set up tours. A place for Mom helped us get to a decision. And now, Mom is so well cared for.
Talk to an expert senior living advisor today at no cost to your family.
Are you sitting at home living in pain? Maybe it's in your hands, maybe your back or your hips. The good news is you don't need to live in pain. Why? Because there is Omega XL, a one-of-a-kind, natural, powerful joint relief supplement created from the green lip mussels of New Zealand. Drug-free, non-habit forming. It's small, easy to swallow, and it's backed by more than 40 years of clinical research. If you're experiencing daily aches and pains due to aging and overuse, try Omega XL. Just ask anybody who uses it. The results are undeniable.
I had a lot of joint pain, and that slowed me down.
I had considerable pain in my back.
Really felt the pain. I mean, in my ankles and in my heels.
I'm telling you about something that's gonna change your life. It has revived me.
This works.
I'm not a prisoner anymore to my pain.
As I was getting older, my joints started to feel that wear and tear. But then I tried Omega XL, and it changed my life. Today, I'm here at my ranch exercising some of my polo ponies. So as you get older, it gets tougher. I was starting to suffer some of that business, and then I ran into somebody who said, look, you should try Omega XL. And look what it's done. I feel better than I felt in the last 30 years. And Omega XL gave me the ability to get back in the saddle. It works great. If you're in pain, I want you to know that there is real hope out there. I'm living proof. See the difference it can make in your life, just like it did in mine.
Buy one bottle of Omega XL and get one free. Plus, you'll also receive a bottle of Vitamin XL D3 absolutely free. Buy one, get two free. 2 bottles of Omega XL plus Vitamin XL D3, a value of more than $85. Call today and you pay only $39.95. Plus, it's backed by our 60-day money-back guarantee. Act now.
Attention families with a loved one in a nursing home. If in the last 2 years your loved one experienced bed sores, falls, broken bones, dehydration, or even death, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. If you have a loved one who is injured in a nursing home, we will find out what happened. State violations are found against nursing homes every day. You have a limited time to file your claim, so don't wait. Call now and speak with one of our attorneys. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at nursinghomesettlements.com.
We're gonna stop this car. I observed him doing a bit of aggressive driving. He cut off 2 cars when he was behind me. He then was tailgating me. So we're gonna pull him over and see what's his problem. How you doing today, sir? You have your license, registration, insurance on you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you a nurse?
No, I'm a pharmacy technician.
Pharmacy technician?
Yes, sir.
Is there a reason why you're driving so fast and aggressive? Coming from 95, you cut 2 people off. You were tailgating me when you pulled before we got off of.
No good reason, no.
Okay. Or is it because you were on the telephone? You just wasn't paying attention?
Probably, that's exactly
All
right.
right, that's why people say. That's why it's not good to be on the telephone when you're driving the car.
I usually don't like to be on the phone when I'm driving, but you know.
You usually don't like to?
I usually try not to be on the phone when I'm driving.
Really?
Yes.
Obviously not, because you're on the phone.
I understand.
Why are you shaking like this here?
I'm not shaking.
Yes, you are. You look nervous. Your hands are going this.
What are you talking about?
No. I'm mistaken?
I'm not nervous. I mean, I just got pulled over a little while ago. I can't afford to get a ticket. I really don't want to get a ticket.
Okay. You don't have nothing inside this car, right?
No, sir.
Mind if I take a look inside?
I'd rather not.
You rather not?
No, sir.
Oh, is that why you're nervous now, huh?
No, there's no reason. I just don't.
Okay, no problem. Well,
I'd rather
Mr.
not inside this car.
I'm going to tell you this, okay? It's well within your right to sit up here and refuse to let me inside your car, okay? However, you're displaying behavior to me to let me know that there's something inside this car I need to know about.
There's nothing inside this car.
Well, you know what? I'm going to tell you something, okay? There's a guilty-minded person, there's an innocent-minded person. As I told you before, you're extremely nervous. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back here, I'm going to write you the tickets for the behavior I saw you doing, and I'm going to get a drug dog on the way over here, okay? So what I'm going to have you do, as a matter of fact, just step out the car for me because I don't want you inside the car. Leave your cell phone there. Step out the car for me. Step out the car for me. Stand right over here, okay? 5 Yankee 1.
Sir, I'll tell you right now, the only thing I have in my car that I'm nervous about is I have a little bit of weed in my car. I recant that. You want to search my car, go search my car. The only thing you're going to find in there is a little bit of weed.
Okay.
I promise you.
All right. Well, just a little bit of weed, you say? And
A little bit of weed, I'll tell you exactly where it's at.
Okay, where is it?
There's some weed in the middle console.
Okay.
It's in a little white, like a little bottle with a screw cap on it. And there's a pipe that I put under the passenger seat when I saw I was getting pulled over.
Okay.
That's
all right.
it.
Okay. What I'm going to do, just for now, I'm just going to place you in handcuffs right now, okay? And as I said, weed is nothing. We can sit up here and write your ticket for it if it's just a small amount, okay? All right?
Yes,
so what we're going to do, we're going to have a seat right here. Just sit on your butt for me, man. Just sit on your butt. No, it's on your butt, That's your knees, on your butt. Just sit right here for me, okay?
Yes, sir.
And you don't care if I open this door or anything like that. You've given me your consent.
I've given you my consent.
You're not under duress. I haven't threatened you or anything like that.
Knock yourself out.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. We're gonna take a look in here. It says in a white capsule. I'm assuming this is it right here. And he does have just a little bit of bud of weed right here. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna field test this here, make sure that it is weed, which it is. It smells like weed, it looks like weed, so in my opinion, it's weed. He said he also had a pipe somewhere in here that he threw prior to being pulled over. I'm gonna take a look for that and make sure we find that. And we're gonna go from there. Well, as I said before, man, is this the only thing inside the car? Nothing else is concealed inside the trunk or anything like that? Just a small amount of weed?
Pop the trunk.
Okay.
I apologize for that, and I just want to let you know, you're right. I was nervous. I didn't know what to do. I acted out of haste, and I just want to apologize to you man to man for that.
No problem. I appreciate you being honest with me after the fact, but you should have been honest with me as soon as I walked up, because I saw all the signs, okay?
Give me 1 minute, and then I'll leave with 6 here.
I went to high school with him.
Oh, really?
Graduated same class.
All right. Small world. This is the type of stuff that you come in contact with when, you walk on the wrong side of the law.
I understand this.
Unfortunately, you have to go to jail today.
Any idea where he's making his money?
No, from people.
From people?
For whatever he does.
Let me write that down. People pay him money for whatever he does.
Are you sitting at home living in pain? Maybe it's in your hands, maybe your back or your hips. The good news is you don't need to live in pain. Why? Because there is Omega XL, a one-of-a-kind, natural, powerful joint relief supplement created from the green lip mussels of New Zealand. Drug-free, non-habit forming. It's small, easy to swallow, and it's backed by more than 40 years of clinical research. If you're experiencing daily aches and pains due to aging and overuse, try Omega XL. Just ask anybody who uses it. The results are undeniable.
I had a lot of joint pain, and that slowed me down.
I had considerable pain in my back.
Really felt the pain. I mean, in my ankles and in my heels.
I'm telling you about something that's gonna change your life. It has revived me.
This works.
I'm not a prisoner anymore to my pain.
As I was getting older, my joints started to feel that wear and tear. But then I tried Omega XL, and it changed my life. Today I'm here at my ranch exercising some of my polo ponies. So as you get older, it gets tougher. I was starting to suffer some of that business, and then I ran into somebody who said, look, you should try Omega XL. And look what it's done. I feel better than I felt in the last 30 years. And Omega XL gave me the ability to get back in the saddle. It works great. If you're in pain, I want you to know that there is real hope out there. I'm living proof. See the difference it can make in your life, just like it did in mine.
Buy 1 bottle of Omega XL and get 1 free. Plus, you'll also receive a bottle of Vitamin XL D3 absolutely free. Buy 1, get 2 free. 2 bottles of Omega XL plus Vitamin XL D3, a value of more than $85. Call today and you pay only $39.95. Plus, it's backed by our 60-day money-back guarantee. Act now.
Behind one on the hot city.
We're going to be stopping this car. It's stolen. We've got an unmarked car that had been behind it. They called for us, and we're going to assist them with the stop. We're going to go ahead and light them up here.
You're lighting them up just north of the intersection?
Affirm, we have special ops with us.
10 to the stop, northbound, the left is maybe.
Driver, let me see your hands! Okay, I want you to slowly step out of the car. Keep your hands up.
Record 2026.
Keep the hands up. Okay, turn around. Okay, I want you to grab your collar, lift the back of your shirt up. Okay, I want you to slowly back up towards the sound of my voice. Slowly.
Passenger, back up towards my voice. Drop to your knees.
We're gonna clear the car.
That's a puppy.
We're supposed to have a dog still in the car. 288, can I cancel the beeper? 2 to 10. Hi, bud. Hi, bud. Ignition's punched. Stereo's missing. Anybody who was driving this car would reasonably think it was stolen looking at the ignition. How long has your boyfriend had this car?
He got it today.
Got it today?
He said he bought it from somebody.
Without keys?
Did he tell you how much he paid for it? Does Jason seem like he has any money?
Once in a while.
Where does he get his money? Does he work?
I don't think so.
Okay. Okay. Any idea where he's making his money? Okay, he's got...
I know from people.
From people? People pay him money?
356, traffic 79.
Okay. For whatever he does.
Let me write that down. People pay him money for whatever he does. Okay. How much do you think that car's worth?
Probably 12.
1,400? And the whole time you've known Jason, has he had $1,200 to $1,400? Okay. So how do you think he bought a car for $1,200 to $1,400?
From somebody that's been up too long.
From someone who's been up too long? Jason, who is this woman that was in the car with you?
Right now, her name's Gabby.
Okay. And who is she to you?
My girl.
She's your girlfriend?
She's not no trouble, is she, for this?
It's hard to say. Okay. Did you tell her how much you paid?
Gram.
What?
Some of that dope that I had earlier for that guy.
You gave him a gram of dope for that car?
I don't know. I'm not sure if it was a gram or what.
Approximately a gram? Now, I've been out of narcotics for a few years. You're talking about a gram of meth?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So,
some people.
You bought that car for about $50 worth of dope?
No.
No?
He let me borrow it for that.
Oh, he let you borrow? Okay.
She said she'd like to talk to you again, though.
Oh, okay. Do you want to talk some more? What you want to tell me?
I knew about that car being stolen.
You knew about that car being stolen? How'd you know that car was stolen?
In the middle of the day, from him going in and out, he told me he needed a screwdriver.
Okay. What made you think the car was stolen?
The fact that he wouldn't tell me where he got it.
Okay. Did he ask you for a screwdriver?
Yeah.
Okay. Jason, you know what's going on? You're going to be booked in the jail tonight. Possession of stolen property again. Okay, I have no doubt you knew that car was stolen. Stop using the dope and you're going to stop finding yourself in cars like this, aren't you? Okay?
I just wanted
All right. You put your girlfriend in a lot of jeopardy, too. She could be going to jail, too.
You're not taking her to jail.
No, I'm not. Okay, but she could just as easily be going.
I just wanted to help her get her car back.
You just wanted what?
I just wanted to help her get her car back, and we had no way around to do it.
Okay, no, there are other ways.
She wants to just get, she wants to get out of this town and move away, and I want to get out of
Hey,
this
that's a
town.
great idea. I fully support you in that endeavor.
I got a baby in California, it's in the foster home.
Okay, well, that's where you need to head back to after you get out of jail, okay? All right, happy trails.
Do you know how he got in your house? Have you ever seen him before?
No.
Hector, are you on meth right now? Did you ever hit him with this?
She will run to me. I feel this, you know.
Are you sitting at home living in pain? Maybe it's in your hands, maybe your back or your hips. The good news is you don't need to live in pain. Why? Because there is Omega XL, a one-of-a-kind, natural, powerful joint relief supplement created from the green-lip mussels of New Zealand. Drug-free, non-habit forming. It's small, easy to swallow, and it's backed by more than 40 years of clinical research. If you're experiencing daily aches and pains due to aging and overuse, try Omega XL. Just ask anybody who uses it. The results are undeniable.
I had a lot of joint pain, and that slowed me down.
I had considerable pain in my back.
Really felt the pain. I mean, in my ankles and in my heels.
I'm telling you about something that's gonna change your life. It has revived me.
This works.
I'm not a prisoner anymore to my pain.
As I was getting older, my joints started to feel that wear and tear. But then I tried Omega XL, and it changed my life. Today I'm here at my ranch exercising some of my polo ponies. So as you get older, it gets tougher. I was starting to suffer some of that business, and then I ran into somebody who said, look, you should try Omega XL. And look what it's done. I feel better than I felt in the last 30 years. And Omega XL gave me the ability to get back in the saddle. It works great. If you're in pain, I want you to know that there is real hope out there. I'm living proof. See the difference it can make in your life, just like it did in mine.
Buy one bottle of Omega XL and get one free. Plus, you'll also receive a bottle of Vitamin XL D3 absolutely free. Buy one, get two free. 2 bottles of Omega XL plus Vitamin XL D3, a value of more than $85. Call today and you pay only $39.95. Plus, it's backed by our 60-day money-back guarantee. Act now.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are now offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. And if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
They did the crime. Nancy Grace will do the time, analyzing it.
Busted. Join us on Crime Stories with Nancy Grace as we investigate missing people and unsolved homicides.
Crime Stories with Nancy Grace on Dr. Phil's Merit TV.
What did you think about the stolen car suspect? His puppy companion was really cute. I can't say that for him. Unfortunately, his girlfriend ratted him out, and this is, in fact, a stolen car, which gave the officers enough evidence to arrest him and let her off the hook. Well, coming up, a man investigated for burglary. He seems to be under the influence of something because his story is not making any sense, or maybe he's just lying. Let's watch.
Person calls saying that a guy broke into her house. She has no idea who he is, and right now she's holding him at bay with a plastic knife.
Apparently the mom was able to get him out. He should be in the front yard.
She just advised he's fled on foot.
Control 3 out of 363.
Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Do it now!
Go, let me tell you.
Get on the ground! Stop resisting! Hold on. Get your other arm out.
They're gonna kill me. Please, wait your car.
Hey, stop resisting, okay?
You'll
be fine once you stop resisting.
Stand up.
Have you taken any drugs tonight? Marijuana? No, nada?
Okay, who's trying to kill you?
I'm explain to you guys, please.
Okay, are you on meth right now? Hector. Hector, look at me. Nobody's gonna kill you because the police are here right now. What is going on? Why are you breaking into people's houses?
I'll tell you the truth.
Talk to me.
I'm right here. Take me to the police department. I need to talk to you.
Nobody can hear us. It's just the police right here. We're gonna go back here and let's talk. Hector, right now, they're gonna press charges against you for home invasion and burglary, okay? 2 felonies, all right? Unless I get your side of the story to find out what exactly happened, I can't help you and I can't work with that, okay?
I can't tell you anything right now. You know why? You guys can call.
Hey, Hector, let's be honest with each other. When's the last time you smoked meth?
I don't smoke.
You don't smoke meth?
No.
You snort it? You snort it? When's the last time you snorted it? Because I can tell you right now, you're acting paranoid, okay?
Are you okay?
Yeah.
What happened today?
I don't know. I stay with my daughter in the room. My daughter sleep in there, and I said, what happened to my dog? You know, when I get out from my room, I saw him run over here and run over there, go to over
Inside
there.
your house?
Yes, inside my house.
So he's inside in the hallway?
Yeah, somebody want to kill me. He said, I said, somebody have the gun.
Okay.
Yeah, I said, come down, what happened? Tell me, you know.
So he starts screaming. He's like, somebody's got a gun, somebody's got a gun? Okay.
Yeah.
Can we come back here?
Yeah.
Do you know how he got in your house?
Maybe he come this way.
Have you ever seen him before?
No.
So you have no idea who he is?
No. But
Where's the knife that you were holding him at bay with?
Yeah, I didn't do it. I just, yeah, I just,
Oh, okay.
Is that a real
yeah.
one?
Yeah, that's why I said, if you know, I
Here,
want to hit you.
let me see this. Let me see this.
Yeah, I want to hit you like that, yeah.
So that's a real knife that you had him. What's not a plastic knife?
Yeah.
Did you ever hit him with this?
I said, if you don't, I want to hit, you don't come, she want to run to me. I feel like this, you know.
Okay.
Because I'm scared too, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm scared what happened to want to hit me or.
Well, it's your home. You got to defend yourself.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
That's why.
Okay.
That's why my husband. Something.
You could have done some damage. You definitely could have done that.
I said, you stay there. Police coming now. I push him out. I close the door. Lock the door.
I'm not saying you're lying, but you haven't told me anything.
I tell you right now because they killed already, so I don't care.
Okay, well,
they killed my wife, they killed my father-in-law, my mom-in-law, they killed my daughter.
Okay, but why were they trying to kill you?
Because this guy ripped my daughter. He tell everyone, he would tell something to you guys, he's gonna kill everyone.
He raped your daughter?
Hector, we have a unit over at your house right now, and they just contacted your wife and your daughter, and they're both okay.
Everything you guys talking, he heard. And I'm not gonna make the deal because I don't want to kill my daughters and my wife. That's the point.
I think we're done. Hector,
Yes.
I think you're a little methed out right now, and that you're thinking things that aren't really happening.
My legs shaking because I got more.
Because you've been doing meth all day.
Yeah, I do.
This is yours, right? This is what you're using to snort the meth?
Yeah.
Okay.
I talked to the mom, talked to the daughter. I guess they've been divorced for 7 years. He doesn't pay in child support. He doesn't come by. He's big on drugs, and that was pretty much the end of it.
'Cause that was his big concern. He was freaking out that his wife and daughter were.
No, she's
were gonna be
actually
killed
worried
and-
that he was going to come to the house.
Okay.
She has it all locked up, gated, padlocked, so.
He's just on a bad meth trip. And...
Yeah, they're getting ready to move so that he doesn't know their new address.
Okay.
132 in Bush. I've got him at gunpoint. Okay, gunpoint. 132 in Bush. Covers code 3. Being sent. X2514 can transmit on tech 2.
Nobody now give you no break. Police now give you no break. That old soldier man I give you no break. Not even your eyes now give you no breaks. Well, hey, bad boys. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you?
Lonnie Coombs here, taking you through another action-packed episode of Cops Reloaded, right here on Merit TV. So we're starting out with a wild police chase involving a speedy motorcyclist. He's weaving in and out of lanes, doing everything he can to escape the authorities. But as we all know, every chase must come to an end. Now, when it does, his family is left distraught, trying to make sense of the situation. You won't want to miss this, and I'll be back in a bit.
What you want? What you want?
This is extreme right here.
Sheriff John Brown come for you.
Hey, get on the ground!
Bad boys. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys. What you gonna do?
I ain't got nothing.
Take my word and just let me go.
Stop!
We're gonna try to stop this motorcycle right now. He's moving real good. No, motorcycle will take place. Keisha and Edawanda.
Copy, Keisha, Edawanda.
And we'll be in pursuit. Eastbound Edawanda from Keisha. Speeds are 70, light traffic, no feds. Be a male with a white shirt and a black backpack. We're passing eucalyptus right now. Southbound Mulberry from Edawanda. Southbound Mulberry. southbound Mulberry approaching Victoria. Westbound Victoria from Mulberry. We'll be going southbound Eucalyptus from Victoria. 40 King. Speeds are still 65. Go ahead and advise San Bernardino and Colton. PC and foot pursuit.
Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Let me see your hands! Put your hands behind your back! Don't move! Put your hands behind your back! Put your hands behind your back! Stop resisting!
I got it, hold on.
Cuffs.
I got cuffs. Grab him. Cuff him.
Eucalyptus and I'll give you to it in a minute.
Jefferson.
Eucalyptus and Jefferson.
Whoa, he's trying to be running from us.
Back up. Back up, man. Back up.
Why are you running, man?
We're on the other side of,
Huh?
I'm
scared of you guys.
You scared of us?
Pick him up, bro. We'll
I didn't do nothing wrong, man.
Oh, yeah, you ran from us. You're running people off the road. You almost hit one of our units. Why are you running? Have a seat. We'll get all your stuff. Have a seat in the car. Have a seat in the car. Sit down.
You want him here?
No, at the station. For a taser. Have a seat, dude.
Sit in the car.
Well, this is a motorcycle that came back to the house he was running from. He almost lost it a couple times. But is that your son? Okay, here's what happened. We tried to make a traffic stop on him because he was driving on the street. He was swerving. Well, we turned on our lights and siren, and he took off. Okay, we chased him probably about 4 or 5 miles.
He's in college right now. I don't want to hit him.
Well, I understand that, but you can't run from the police like that. When we turn on our red lights and sirens, that means stop. Well, what's going on with him? Why is he running?
No, he's leaving like 10 minutes ago, and I told him, where are you going? I went to pick it up from school. He's in the school.
He's in school?
Yeah, he's in college right now.
Okay, well, is this his motorcycle? Whose motorcycle is this?
His motorcycle.
Did you buy? Is it registered to you?
I buy it for him.
Okay, who's it registered to though? You or him?
No, I didn't register.
It's not
right
registered?
now. That's why I told him, don't take him driving. Because
So you told him not to take it, huh?
I didn't go. I have to go to register. Don't take it. Oh, please, I told you. Remember, don't.
Hey, come on, man. Listen, let me leave my helmet and my bike.
Paul, be quiet. Paul. Quiet. Quiet. I don't want to. Paul, quiet. Quiet. I don't want to use my phone. Paul, take it easy.
Hey, Mom. Let's go.
Paul.
We'll do another 69.
69, he just kicked an officer, so.
Well, he's kicking officers and everything, ma'am. He needs to go. He's got some OC. He's a convicted felon. He's a documented gang member, so he's not supposed to have this. So that's another charge. He's been charged with the felony evading, the 69 for fighting, kick one of the officers while we were trying to handcuff him. Lucky he had that helmet on. Mom said he's trying to clean it up, but you know, he's not acting like it. Not acting like it at all.
A white male with tattoos all over was coming into my family room, and he said he needed some help or something because the cops were chasing him or whatever. Oh my God, I'm shaking.
When a young wife and mother was diagnosed with ovarian cancer, she and her husband made the choice to openly share their journey. A lot of people have wanted to talk to you about this.
I wanted to come on here and continue to preach what she taught me about life. That was the biggest burden I've ever carried, of knowing her fate. She says, I can't give you kids, but I can give you a son.
What were the final words Haley told your son Weston before she passed? That's tonight on Dr. Phil Primetime.
America, you love Alien Tape, and now you can get 2 rolls for free. That's right, free. Introducing Alien Tape, the double-sided ultra-strong tape that bonds instantly and holds on tight. Just cut Alien Tape to size, place it where you want it, peel off the back, and it bonds instantly to almost any surface. And when you're done, just give it a twist, and it comes right off. Check this out. Alien Tape works on glass, metal, wood, tile, carpet, and so much more. It sticks instantly to almost anything. Alien Tape's nano grip technology locks into place and holds tight. Alien Tape is great for a quick fix all around the house. Hang outdoor lights with no tools. It's perfect for installing security cameras. Alien Tape instantly locks down rugs and holds them in place so they don't blow away. Just cut Alien Tape to size, peel off the back, place it where you want it. It bonds instantly and locks tight onto almost any surface. And when you're done, just give it a twist and it comes right off. No nails or screws. You'll use it indoors, outdoors, and it even works on stone, brick, and more. And remember, Alien Tape is the double-sided, ultra-strong tape that instantly locks into place and holds on tight. There are hundreds, maybe even thousands of uses for Alien Tape. Now here's your chance to try Alien Tape's TV offer.
Call or go online to get your roll of the incredible Alien Tape for the low price of just $19.99 plus shipping and processing. Order today, and you can get 2 additional rolls of Alien Tape, absolutely free. That's right, you can get 3 rolls of Alien Tape for one low price. Here's how to order.
To order, call 1-800-620-9961. That's 1-800-620-9961, or go to tryalientape.com. So call 1-800-620-9961. That's 1-800-620-9961, or order online at tryalientape.com.
Hi, Grandma. I played baseball today.
Oh, that's great.
What position did you play?
First base.
That's what Grandpa used to play. When our hearing wouldn't allow us to use a regular phone, it made us feel isolated.
It became difficult to communicate with our friends and family.
Clear Captions was an easy solution for us.
Clear Captions provides captions on a phone like captioning on your TV, so you can see what the caller is saying live as they say it.
Making it easy to understand and respond immediately.
There is no insurance or Medicare required. Clear Captions service is provided at no cost to you through a federally funded program. We deliver, install, and train you on how to use your phone, all at no cost to you.
Give your loved ones the independence and connection they deserve.
Call now to see if you qualify to get a Clear Captions phone at no cost to you.
Call 1-800-401-2141. That's 1-800-401-2141.
All right, we are en route to a stolen car / foot pursuit. Suspect stole a car out in the east part of Sacramento and has crashed and foot bailed right over here. We're hoping to be able to use a dog to locate the suspect. We've got a perimeter set up with numerous officers. It sounds like the suspect might have stolen a car earlier. Here's your first perimeter unit right here. Hopefully we'll find this guy. What's up?
Yeah, my son was sitting in the family room
Uh-huh.
watching TV, and a white male with tattoos all over was walking in the backyard and was coming into my family room, and he said, "Hey, dude, you know, what are you doing?" And he said he needed some help or something because the cops were chasing him or whatever. And then he's like, "Well, you got to get the hell up out of here." And then he went out our backyard and supposedly, I think he's hopped over this fence right here.
Okay.
Oh my God, I'm shaking.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll leave my dog in the car for a second. We're going to check this house. This is the house? Okay, they've got the suspect. He's on the roof of the house right over here. It's on it. It's on it. Here. Down. Down. Let's go. Let's go. Stay right there. Don't move. I'm sitting on you again. Here. Put your hands behind your back. Suspect's back here. Suspect's right there. He's right up here. Come on over here. You're right here. Okay. Hey, Randy. Randy, we got another dog back here. We're good if you want to let him down. Roll over here. Dog that you see up there is a brand new dog. Been on the street for about 2.5. Hey, you gotta step. Hey, spin him around so he doesn't go face first on the ground.
Now walk down. Bend your knee. Bend another.
Somebody gonna have to grab his shoulder. His arms here. You got him?
Come on.
I got it. I got him. Go ahead.
Come on. Go another. There we go. Got him? He's not on the steps. Watch out. You guys got him. We're good. There we go. Stand up. Come on,
That's it.
He was riding in a taxi cab. He jumps out of the cab without paying. He steals a Honda, and after he dumps the Honda, somebody else sees him steal the '64 Chevy that he grabbed and crashed over here. Victim of the '64 Chevy that this gentleman is allegedly stolen is here to take a look at him and see if it's the right guy.
Okay, bring him closer.
I'll do that. This is the suspect that stole her car. Unfortunately, the Chevrolet got a little bit of damage. It's a beautiful car. The game's over. You're going to jail, okay? Are you on parole? Yeah, what are you on parole for? All right, we're good. All right, for whatever reason, this particular person has decided not to talk to us, doesn't want to tell us his name. So he indicated to me that he was on parole by nodding his head when I asked him that question. He said yes. It's actually quite uncommon to steal 2 cars in one day, at least for us to catch somebody that stole 2 cars in one day. Normally, we catch them in whatever fresh stolen they've got, and that's usually all we hear about.
He went in the house, grabbed the gun, goes, watch what happens, bam, and shot up the ground.
Hands up! Don't move your hands!
That's a pretty big slug. My guess would be it's probably 44 MAGA.
Are you sitting at home living in pain? Maybe it's in your hands, maybe your back or your hips. The good news is you don't need to live in pain. Why? Because there is Omega XL, a one-of-a-kind, natural, powerful joint relief supplement created from the green-lipped mussels of New Zealand. Drug-free, non-habit forming. It's small, easy to swallow, and it's backed by more than 40 years of clinical research. If you're experiencing daily aches and pains due to aging and overuse, try Omega XL. Just ask anybody who uses it. The results are undeniable.
I had a lot of joint pain, and that slowed me down.
I had considerable pain in my back.
Really felt the pain. I mean, in my ankles and in my heels.
I'm telling you about something that's gonna change your life. It has revived me.
This works.
I'm not a prisoner anymore to my pain.
As I was getting older, my joints started to feel that wear and tear. But then I tried Omega XL, and it changed my life. Today, I'm here at my ranch exercising some of my polo ponies. So as you get older, it gets tougher. I was starting to suffer some of that business, and then I ran into somebody who said, look, you should try Omega XL. And look what it's done. I feel better than I felt in the last 30 years. And Omega XL gave me the ability to get back in the saddle. It works great. If you're in pain, I want you to know that there is real hope out there. I'm living proof. See the difference it can make in your life, just like it did in mine.
Buy 1 bottle of Omega XL and get 1 free. Plus, you'll also receive a bottle of Vitamin XL D3 absolutely free. Buy 1, get 2 free. 2 bottles of Omega XL plus Vitamin XL D3, a value of more than $85. Call today and you pay only $39.95. Plus, it's backed by our 60-day money-back guarantee. Act now.
I'm from Honolulu, Hawaii. I grew up in the ghetto area, but boxing, it kept me in check. My dad tried to keep me away from that. My boxing coach, he passed away. It was very tough because he was like a second father figure. I feel like he watches over me every day and I'm able to keep going.
Every round tells a story. Every team carries a city. Follow Shara May and the Philadelphia Smoke as they begin their march for the title. Weekends on Merit TV.
We're going to a shots fired call. A complainant called in and said his neighbor fired a gun at the ground, but in his direction. Go and step back for me, guys. All right, who originally called? Me. You did? Okay. Where's the guy at?
He's down the street there on the left.
Is he in his house? Did he go back in his house? Tell me what happened.
We were on my back porch smoking a cigarette. My friends are looking at him, and he stares over and just flips off. No big deal, right? We hop in his car and we're just leaving. But since he flipped us off, we decide to roll by his house slow and flip him off like he did us. And that's when he came running out with him and his son wanting to fight me. And I was like, I'll fight you guys anytime you want, you know, right now, both of you guys at the same time, none of my friends involved. And then he went in the house, grabbed the gun, said, do it. He goes, watch what happens, bam, and shot at the ground. And that's when I said, all right, Steve, I'm gonna handle this. And that's when I called you guys. Because you can't obviously pull a gun on me and shoot at the ground like that. I mean,
And it was Steve Sr. that shot
yes.
it?
Yes.
Can you describe to me what the gun looked like?
It was a black .44 revolver.
Okay, stay here, don't go anywhere. Let's cut to the back, Jeremy. Yeah, Seth, go with Dale. Let me see your hands. Hands up. Don't move your hands. Coming up on your left, Petey. Ma'am, stay right there. Ma'am, out here on the grass. I'm on the porch. Come out here on the grass, ma'am. Put your hands up. Come out. Watch that door, Nate. Watch the door.
Oh, I've got a broken back.
I'm serious, man.
You got him? Got it.
Yep. It's supposed to be dad and girlfriend. You're not arrested this time, but you are being detained. Where's the guns at?
I don't know what you're talking about, man. I cross here with his kids right here the whole time. Oh, no kidding. Because Ian catches him trying to hop the fence with one gun. So he's trying to get over the fence with the gun.
Okay.
Is that a spent round right there?
No, that's a live round. What happened tonight?
I don't know.
You don't know? Well, why don't you just tell me what you do know?
I fired off with an M80.
I'm sorry, you fired off an M80?
See the little fragments that's on my foot?
Actually, I don't, but we'll work there. Okay, so you fired off an M80? How come?
I'm sorry.
Okay, here's the problem I have, is I've got 3 people I already talked to, Steve. Said that you came out the door with a black-colored revolver, pointed the gun at him, threatened him with it, and then pointed at the gun and fired a shot. Now, I'm not trying to say you tried to shoot him. I'm not trying to say that you tried to kill him, and they're not either. But they're all really consistent with their story that you pointed it at the ground and fired a shot. Did you have a gun in your hand tonight?
Yeah.
Okay. Where's that gun at now?
I don't know.
Where was it when you last saw it?
Well, they all got moved because they're not mine. Because I bought them all for my son.
Okay. Where were the guns prior to tonight? Have they all been stored in your house?
Well, they were for a little while.
Okay. And we're talking 3. 3. One muzzleloader, 7mm, and what was the third?
There was a pistol, too. I didn't lie about it.
Where's the pistol at?
I don't know right now. I told him to take his stuff out.
You told your son to take this stuff out?
Yep.
What point did you tell him to take the stuff out?
Tonight.
Tonight. Would that be after you had the confrontation with your neighbor or before?
That was before.
Okay. What do you got, Darren? Just a bullet right there, bud. Yep. Definitely a bullet. And that's a pretty big slug. My guess would be it's probably .44 Magnum. So these are all the guns you guys found?
Correct. The younger male was putting this over the fence. This is the one he apparently fired. That was also over the fence. These 3 guns, the musket and 2 other rifles here, were on the other side on the property. So it looks like he was just kind of hauling and putting them over.
And is this a .44 Magnum?
It is.
It is.
You want to tell me the truth? It wasn't an M80 you had in your hand? Was that the Ruger pistol you had in your hand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you fire the pistol into the ground? Accidentally?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
I appreciate you being honest with me. At this time, though, I do need to advise you, you are going to get charged with felon in possession of a firearm.
Okay.
You're a convicted felon. You can't have any of the guns in your possession.
Is there a bail on me?
No, there's not going to be a bail. You're going to have to see the judge. You're also going to get charged with reckless endangerment for shooting into the ground. It's not an attempted homicide. It's not an assault against them. That bullet ricochets. It's a danger to everybody else.
The deal's set up. He's going to buy a $1/4 ounce of crack.
Don't move! Spit it out! Spit it out!
It's your boyfriend, right?
No, I do not even know the man's name.
You think you know Dr. Phil? Think again. He's not just a host. He's where the news happens. From the big moments to the stories shaping our world.
How does this affect everyday people in America?
Dr. Phil's Merit TV.
Are you sitting at home living in pain? Maybe it's in your hands or your back or your hips. I'm here to tell you that joint pain doesn't have to be a life sentence. Hi, I'm John Walsh. You know, for 40 years, I've been chasing down the culprits. And now I'm ready to throw the book at joint and muscle pain. That's why there's Omega XL, a one-of-a-kind, natural, powerful joint relief supplement. So I tried it, and it changed my life. Just ask anybody who uses it. The results are undeniable.
Last week, I walked 6 blocks. I was so proud of myself. I ordered Omega XL, and now I have more energy than I ever had. It's been the best thing that I did because it relieves a lot of pain. Everything changed for the best. I can go out, I can hang out with my sisters, I can go anywhere, clean my house, do whatever I can and want to do. Now it's let's go, baby. This product is the best thing. You will remember what did it to you, and it was Omega XL.
That's the truth, the facts, and the hope that Omega XL can bring you. Case closed.
Go to OmegaXL.com/John Walsh or call the number at the bottom of your screen right now to take advantage of this special offer. Buy 1 bottle of Omega XL, get 1 free. That's 2 bottles for only $39.95. Plus, you'll also receive a bottle of Vitamin XL D3 absolutely free. And it's backed by a 60-day money-back guarantee. If you're not satisfied, just return the unused portion for a full refund of the purchase price.
If you're living with joint or muscle pain caused by inflammation, try Omega XL and see the difference it can make in your life.
Order now to get this special offer. 2 bottles of Omega XL plus Vitamin XL D3 for only $39.95. Act now.
Struggling to lose weight? Help reach your health goals with one simple change. 1 shake. Clinically tested benefits and over 1 billion servings sold.
With Shakeology, I don't have to stress about nutrition.
I drink 1 shake a day. It's delicious. Packed superfoods, fiber,
Vitamins, proteins,
probiotics, and digestive enzymes
to make sure my gut health is on point for the day.
With a Shakeology subscription, you can get 3 months of body streaming fitness for free. Go to Shakeology.com for more details.
They did the crime. Nancy Grace will do the time, analyzing it.
Busted. Join us on Crime Stories with Nancy Grace as we investigate missing people and unsolved homicides.
Crime Stories with Nancy Grace, next on Dr. Phil's Merit TV.
Hey, I hope you're enjoying Cops Reloaded right here on Merit TV. What did you think about that neighborhood dispute? When a gun is involved, you know somebody's going to be held accountable. Fortunately, the officers were able to get to the bottom of it and figure out what really happened. All right, coming up, you're going to witness an undercover operation to bust a drug deal. The suspect eventually starts coming clean with the police when he has to face the reality of his crimes. You won't want to miss how this one unfolds. I'll see you next time, and thanks for watching.
Detective is going to be purchasing a 1/4 ounce crack cocaine. Mike, Josh, and I'll do the takedown. Okay, let's roll.
15 minutes, he's on his way. We're good for 190.
The deal's set up. The price firmed up for 190 for the 1/4 ounce. The guy's going to be here in about 15 minutes. Hopefully go smooth and sweet. Yeah, the UC vehicle's in place. He's going to go place a call to the suspect. He's going to buy a 1/4 ounce of crack. Josh, are you guys set? Okay, we're good to go.
Might be him pulling up behind me now.
That's him. Suspect's in the lot, guys. Suspect's in the lot. It's a silver Ford Taurus, guys. He's coming up to this UC now.
What's up, man? I've been here forever. I thought you said 15 minutes. No, I ain't traffic, man. You know what I mean? It's 190, right? 140, 60, 70, 80. Nah, that's 190, man. All right, we're straight. You too. Be safe. Deal's done. He's on his way out. He's got a female passenger in the car.
Deal's done. Go, 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 go.
Right now.
Go, 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 go.
Spit it out! Don't move! Spit it out! Get out! Spit it 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 out!
Harry.
Spit it out! I got one. I got one. There's another one back here.
Hey, sweetheart. Man, just put your hands up on the car for us, darling.
Pick me up for
I'm fighting. I ain't fighting, man. I ain't fighting.
Put your hands up on the car. Keep your hands where we can see them.
Did you know he was selling cocaine?
I ain't fighting, man. I ain't fighting.
Everything all right?
I ain't fighting.
Bobby, did he eat any of it?
Yeah, I watched him. Get him up.
Let's check him.
Come on.
So you tased him too?
Yeah, tased him.
That's all right. I saw he was refusing.
Yes.
Did you eat some cocaine, sir? We need to get a squad to check you out so you don't die.
Reasons, all right?
I guess you're not gonna answer.
My face.
Hi, ma'am. I'm Sergeant Fallon. I'm in charge of the drug task force. What's going on here?
It's
your boyfriend, right?
No, I do
tell
not.
the truth
I'm
here.
gonna tell the truth. I do not even know the man's name. I was standing at the bus stop. He drove past Blue and came back and picked me up. When he picked me up, my bus was riding past. So I said, "You at least have to take me to my bus." He said, "I'll take you home."
We're gonna verify your story, and then we'll probably kick you loose. But if you're lying, you're gonna be charged. Okay.
Okay.
Everything will be all right. Yeah, we're on our way back to the PD. Suspect's gonna be processed. We gotta do the charges on him. We're gonna have 3 or 4 counts of trafficking in cocaine. She's not the owner of the car?
No.
So how did she end up in your car? Tell me that.
She was at the bus stop, and I asked her, did she want to ride? She said, yeah. She told me where she was going. I told her I'd drop her off.
She had no knowledge of any drug activity?
No, she didn't.
She didn't?
No.
Okay. Well, we're going to charge you with 4 counts of trafficking in cocaine. I'll put you back in a cell, okay? And then once the paperwork's done, which it should be, I don't know, then you'll be going to the Justice Center, okay?
This is the money that he had on him. It's like $1,200.
$1,235.
Right. We recovered our buy money that was laying in the front seat. And then we got crack cocaine.
And this is a money,
grams.
3.3?
Yeah, it's a true package weight.
Not quite really a quarter ounce, but like always, you get shorted.
132 in Bush. I've got him at gunpoint. Okay, gunpoint. 132 in Bush. Covers code 3. Being sent. Getting 2514 can transmit on tech.
Nobody now give you no break. Police now give you no break. That old soldier man I give you no break. Not even your eyes now give you no breaks. Well, hey, bad boys. What you gonna do? Or what you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys. Or what you gonna do? Or what you gonna do?
Breaking news tonight, we are live at the courthouse. Vegas odds even. Sean Combs will spend no time behind bars, and Sean Combs will spend life behind bars. But guess what? I don't care what the bookies say. It's all down to 12 jurors. Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us. We are headed into a verdict watch.
Out the blue, the defense says we rest our case. This isn't even a trial of did he do it? It's just a trial of will he be held accountable?
He's selling his freedom as if it is a fragrance. He is out there promoting it, and I predict, Nancy, it's going to work.
Let's go straight to the courthouse. Standing by is Tisa Tales, star of Tisa Tales on YouTube. Tisa, thank you for being with us. It's my understanding that early this morning, leading into closing statements, Sean Combs looked like he was, quote, walking on air. What?
The courtroom was shocked. This man came floating in on air, twinkle toes, just dancing in two. We have never seen this man in a better mood. Everything that's happened, the attempted charges that have been dropped from the jury verdict, they have him in the best of spirits. This is a man that thinks he's going to walk away. This is a man that thinks his $20 million law team did their job. This is a man that thinks he has avoided justice.
Tisa Tales, tell me what else happened in the courtroom today.
What happened in court today literally shocked everyone. The prosecution came in strong. They made a clear, concise case. Diddy, who seemed to be walking on air, walking in, you saw his body language slump. They made such an excellent case to actually map out and hold our hands like we were 3-year-olds that needed help across the street. What the Combs enterprise was, how he commanded and controlled everything and everybody, and how they were nothing but an apparatus made to fulfill every sexual deviant desire he had. It really came together today in court.
At the beginning, they refer to Sean Combs, well, it's Slavic. Slavic refers to Sean Combs as the head of a criminal enterprise and someone who, quote, doesn't take no for an answer. Describe what she was telling the jury and how the jury responded. That's what Slavic said straight out of the gate.
She said he doesn't take no for an answer, and he wants what he wants. When she said that, she went into a list of all the predicate crimes. She said kidnapping, arson, forced labor with sexual assault, bribery, sex trafficking, that was forced and manipulated these women. And when that happened, she went in like a battering ram, and the jury was up. The jury was paying attention. They had their notepads out. They were leaned in. They were so locked in. The prosecution woke the jury up, and they couldn't get enough.
Tisa tells Slavic did something I think was brilliant. She almost immediately took the jury to two of the most violent attacks on women in order to force them to perform sexually. Of course, one has to be Cassie Ventura's attack at the Intercontinental Hotel. That's the single strongest one because there's video evidence. You don't have to just take her word for it. You can see it on the closed-circuit TV there at the Intercontinental. But she also took to the jury to the moment that Jane, not her real name, was brutally attacked and covered in welts all over her body, a beating by Sean Combs, after which he told her to get back in the ring and perform oral sex on a male escort despite her protests. What did she say exactly, and how did the jury respond? What were they doing?
She showed a screenshot of the moment we saw Cassie be brutally beat. And she said, I want to take you to 2 moments, 8 years apart, but with the same pattern done by the same man. The jury was leaned in. They described how Cassie was brutally beaten and stomped. She used the word stomped. And then they tied it in with Jane. Now, of course, they didn't let us see the pictures of Jane, but they put those beaten pictures of Jane on their screens, and they showed us a screenshot of Jane's testimony where they had her saying, I was beaten, I was dragged, I was kicked. It was an incredibly powerful moment.
Tisa tells, how is Sean Combs reacting to this? What does he say as the prosecutor is regurgitating all of these horrific facts about him and he's sitting right there?
I honestly think that the jury's reaction showed us the clearest of how well the prosecution was going. When she first started talking, he almost had a smug look on his face. There was still a faint smile. He was looking over in the prosecutor's direction, in the jury's direction, looking like he did not care. However, once they put a screenshot of Cassie's that beating on, and she went through boom, 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 rapid fire of everything he's being charged with, leaving no doubt, he all of a sudden just looked straight. He looked down. Then I believe he got nudged. He looked straight again. And after that, he rarely looked at the jury the whole time. But what do you do when somebody is literally outlining how you are the devil incarnate?
You know, another thing that Christy Slavic did that I thought was also brilliant, I hate when lawyers simply vomit up the letter of the law and use Latin phrases that nobody knows what they're talking about unless you went to Harvard Law School, for Pete's sake. She really broke down what RICO means. a conspiracy. And I'm going to quote what she said. The concept is simple. When someone commits a crime as part of a group, the law calls it an enterprise. And that makes them, Sean Combs, more powerful and dangerous. You know, over and over, Tisa tells, we heard the same thread going through all of the victims' testimony. When Cassie Ventura was being beaten, she looked up at all of Combs' minions and said, "Can't you see what's happening?" And they tacitly, non-verbally, condoned what Combs was doing. That's the enterprise, those people that enabled Combs. Tell me how the jury responded. What did she say, and how did they react?
That was an incredibly powerful moment, okay? Slavic said he's already a rich and powerful man, and the enterprise made him more powerful and more dangerous. When they heard that, you saw a few jurors uncross their legs and lean forward. They were dialed in. Again, it's almost like the prosecution had taken their kid gloves off and they were leaving the jurors with no doubt. You don't need to connect the dots. We are going to draw the dots, connect them for you, and then walk you over to see where everything is. Again, a lot of shifting, a lot of rubbing the faces, a lot of leaning in, taking furious notes, looking closely at what was being shown on their monitors. They had the jury with their closings.
Another important chord that Slavic struck during her closing argument, which commenced early this morning, is that Sean Combs has been clothed in respectability, in celebrity, in billions of dollars, and everything that can buy, the private jet, the mansions all over the world, the designer clothes, the fancy restaurants, people at his beck and call. But she pointed out that for all the fame, wealth, power, and privilege, he is not above the law. And he's not. Remember that quote Tisa tells, where one minion says to the other, pointing up to a picture of Combs, "This is his kingdom, and we're just living in it." Explain to me how the jury responded to her argument.
His enterprise, and the way she said the word enterprise, it was dripping with disdain. Their only goal was promoting and protecting and fulfilling every sexual desire that he had, okay? They enabled him to commit crimes. When she said that, the jury furiously taking notes. They even looked over at Sean Combs' side, not directly at him, but at the side where all his loyal supporters and family were sitting, and protecting him from law enforcement. When they said that, a few jurors' brows actually furrowed. It's almost like they were cutting through all of the BS from the last 4 weeks, cross-examinations, and cutting through to what the heart of this case was. And it became clear to everyone, I think even Sean Diddy Combs, that he is not going to beat this.
Tisa tells, what exactly did Slavic say about Sean Combs' wealth, fame, and privilege?
What she talked about was, in a failed swoop, she did an amazing job of explaining away the reason why so many of these assistants that got immunity were sitting there saying, "I think Sean Combs is a great man. He taught me so much," because she called them minions, foot soldiers, young, naive kids that were willing to do anything to be part of the organization. But she pointed out, Brendan Paul got paid $100K to do these illegal things for him. And Christine Cornum, KK, she got paid 6 times as much. I said, wow, KK got paid over $500,000. But also in that moment, they firmly put the onus on Diddy, KK, and his security staff. And they actually said that even though the names may have changed, the core group stayed the same, and they were the enterprise. And everybody else, no matter what they said, whether they knew willingly or not, were nothing but minions and foot soldiers that carried out all of his desires.
Standing by outside the Monaghan Federal Courthouse, Tisa tells, closing arguments for the state commenced this morning, and the fallout has been spectacular. Tisa tells, I found it very interesting, and this is important, that Slavic kept referring to Sean Combs' employees, as I say, his minions, because not all of them were his employees. Some were just starstruck and willing to do whatever he wanted. But she described them as foot soldiers. And you know, you got to be a foot soldier to do what they did. Some of them going into hotel rooms after freak-offs and cleaning up the bodily fluids. You know, that's a nice way of saying sperm, sweat, blood, urine, feces, dope, food, alcohol. I mean, it was rank. The hotels, as we've talked about many times, would charge up to $47,000 to clean a room after a freak-off. That would be a minion that would do that, right? And she talked about that in closing arguments, didn't she, Tisa?
Yeah, now that was a brilliant visual display. She referred to the security as lieutenants. She named them all: Fahim, D-Rock, Uncle Paulie, Rubes. Said that they were armed and ready, okay? They said, remember David James? Remember how he said he was taken at gunpoint down to go confront Suge Knight with guns flying down the hill? It was an amazing, amazing image to just say that, no, this was a real criminal organization. But it didn't stop there. They then showed the pictures of the guns and the magazines, saying there were 2 AR-15s with serial numbers filed off. There were rifles with serial numbers filed off. And then they said, listen, this was an enterprise, and KK and the security gave the orders. And then they put up this visual of 11 of all his security people, 11 men standing there looking a little bit unseemly. She said, looking unseemly and saying they called the shots. And then they went back to his workers. They said maybe he didn't know. They were young. Maybe the workers didn't know, the flunkies, the minions. Maybe they were young and naive, but they followed orders, and they were nothing but foot soldiers that followed KK and security say. Again, they put everything in focus, and a lot of people whispering, if Diddy is convicted, I don't know, if I was KK and anybody that was part of his lieutenant security team, I would be very, very worried right now, because the government has called you out.
I'm Chris Gutierrez with a quick news break here on Dr. Phil's Merit TV. Closing arguments are underway in the criminal trial against Sean Diddy Combs. After 28 days of testimony, the prosecution now has to persuade the jury that Combs' actions were criminal, arguing that he thought his fame, his wealth, and his power put him above the law, and that he got away with the crimes for years. The prosecution is trying to paint Combs as the leader of a criminal enterprise, an enterprise that engaged in bribery and attempted arson. And at the core of the alleged enterprise was sex trafficking. The prosecutor told the jury that Combs manipulated his ex-girlfriends through power and violence and fear to get exactly what he wanted. Diddy's past actions were brought to the forefront yet again today. The freak-offs were where he's accused of watching his girlfriends have sex with male escorts, allegedly forced them to take drugs, and of course that infamous hotel beating of his former girlfriend, Cassie Ventura. Next, the defense will have its chance to counter these arguments, but keep in mind, the defense team didn't call any witnesses to take the stand and testify during oral arguments. So these closing arguments will likely continue into tomorrow before the case gets turned over to the jury for a verdict. Combs faces 5 criminal counts, 1 count of racketeering, conspiracy, 2 counts of sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, and 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. Combs has pleaded not guilty, and he denies the accusations against him. Your next news update is just 1 hour away. I'm Chris Gutierrez. Thanks for watching Dr. Phil's Merit TV. We'll see you in 1 quick hour.
When a young wife and mother was diagnosed with ovarian cancer, she and her husband made the choice to openly share their journey.
I wanted to come on here and continue to preach what she taught me about life.
That's next on Dr. Phil Primetime.
Well, we have heard so much about sleep cream and how it can help you to sleep like a baby, but will it work for everyone? Well, based on all the feedback, sleep cream should improve sleep for almost any adult who uses it nightly. Even if you don't think you're sleeping better, you may feel more alert and refreshed during the next day. It will vary from person to person, and if you have underlying sleep issues, sleep cream may be less effective. Again, consult your physician before using any product to help you sleep, including sleep cream.
Sleep Cream is the revolutionary all-natural cream made of organic oils and plant extracts. Simply apply Sleep Cream at bedtime and start enjoying. Sleep like a baby and bright-eyed, bushy-tail mornings. I mean, you do want to start sleeping better, right? Try Sleep Cream today.
To order, visit sleepcream.com to start sleeping better guaranteed. And for a limited time, get free shipping on your first order by using code PHIL at checkout at sleepcream.com.
Hello, I'm Veronica.
My name is Darvin.
I'm Courtney.
I'm Jackie.
And we switched to Consumer Cellular.
My previous provider was terrible.
Surprise, we've changed your rate.
We wouldn't get to talk to a person.
And then all of a sudden it disconnects.
Now with Consumer Cellular, no problems.
Better customer service. They tell me exactly what I'm paying and why I'm paying for it.
It's within $1 of being half of my old bill.
With Verizon, I was paying about $150 a month. With Consumer Cellular, I'm paying about half that.
Okay, this is doable. This is affordable.
I'm getting the exact same coverage for half the price. That's a beautiful thing.
Done deal.
I got to keep my phone. I got to keep my number.
Switching over took about 20 minutes. That's it.
It's month to month, very simple.
It's been amazing.
I was now a Consumer Cellular customer.
And I've been bragging to my friends about it too.
Call 1-800-531-7765
to switch and save up to half with Consumer Cellular. Plus, new customers can save $25 when they switch today.
We are live at the Monahan Federal Courthouse where it's all culminating today, closing arguments in the Sean Combs sex trafficking trial. Now, a lot of people, including the bookies, are betting against the state, and that includes the community. It's my understanding that there is a Resurrection Victory Tour, a world tour being planned for Sean Combs. What?
Exactly. If you were dumb enough to bet against the house at any time, you get what you get. Listen, the Southern District of New York did not come to play. I've been in the courtroom. They've done amazing. But these idiots that want to buy a ticket to a Resurrection reunion tour, save it. Save it so you can show your grandchildren how off you were and against history. Again, there's a Resurrection tour. There's a homecoming barbecue. There's so much planned. But again, these might just be the delusions of a madman who really thought he got away with everything.
Joining me, Joshua Ritter, criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor, star of Courtroom Confidential on YouTube. Joshua Ritter, I never count my chickens before they hatch. I go into every closing argument as if I'm going to lose, and I argue like HELL. That's pretty bold to be going in to closing statements as if you're going to win.
Listen, you got to have confidence, right? If you don't have confidence, what else are you left with? I think you have to at least applaud that. There's, whether or not the jury agrees with all of that is to be seen, I suppose. But you're certainly not going to limp into these closing arguments feeling like the case is already settled.
Okay, in addition to a so-called Victory Resurrection tour, to Tisa Tells joining us outside the courthouse. Everybody, those of you just joining us, closing arguments going down throughout the day today in the Sean Combs sex trafficking trial. I understand there's a big July the 4th party planned, and I'm not talking about behind the walls of MDC.
Diddy's team, again, I don't know if they have smuggled that man some Tucci into jail, but Diddy's team has been convinced that he is coming home. They have convinced him that he is coming home and that they have mounted such a strong case and poked holes in the prosecution's case so much that it's not going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days of deliberation. That by July 4th, this man will be home to literally kiss babies and shake hands to his loyal followers that prayed for him and brought him home. Again, it defies logic that even if you sat through these summary charts, and they were long, arduous days, that any jury could get through this mountain of evidence in time, whether they decide not guilty or guilty, to have him home safely. But again, time will tell. But Diddy listen, there's a lot of probably dead pigeons in Central Park, a lot of alleged sacrifices going on. We will see. But right now, this is a man that swears he is coming home.
Let's talk about closing arguments as they are going down in the Monahan Federal Courthouse throughout today. Tisa tells who is in charge of closing arguments for the defense.
Agnifilo is in charge of closing for the defense. He has perfected oh, shucks, Your Honor, this is my first day in federal court. However, it might be effective. The male jurors around Mark's age seem to be very receptive to him. And even when he's made his arguments in court, they always respond very well. I think it was very strategic. Looking at the way the jury sees the reflection in Mark to a certain point, it's going to be interesting to see how much actually carries over. But for right now, Mark seems to be their secret weapon.
Okay, to Josh Ritter joining us, criminal defense attorney. It's not like you can pass it off like in a football game. You can just throw it to your favorite player in the middle of a run. It doesn't work like that. One attorney is in charge of closing statements. You can't pass it off like one argues for an hour and then the next argues for another hour. That's not how it works. Only one lawyer from the defense team can be chosen to give closing statements. Explain.
No, you're absolutely right. And it's not a surprise that it's Agnifilo. He's the more experienced, he's the more seasoned attorney. Listen, Diddy has paid a lot of money for this defense. He's not going to let the most crucial moment in it fall into the hands of less experienced attorneys. He's paid big money. He expects that big name. He expects the partner, the headline, the person whose name appears at the top of the letterhead to be the person giving the closing arguments. And I think Agnifilo wouldn't have it any other way either. Here's the moment to shine. This is bringing it home. If you're the Diddy team, you feel like you're now just punching it through the 1 yard line. That's going to be Agnifilo. So you're absolutely right. One attorney, one chance, and I'm not surprised that it was him.
You know, I'm very, very surprised that Agnifilo chose himself. He's the lead defense attorney. He's the one to make this decision. Chose himself after his very disturbing performance with our friend Harvey Levin regarding, what else? The baby oil. Listen.
They call them freak-offs. But, you know, back when I was a kid in the late 70s, they were called threesomes.
If these are genuinely threesomes, how do you explain 1,000 bottles of baby oil?
I don't know where the number 1,000 came.
The U.S. attorney said it.
I can't imagine it's thousands. I mean, you know, and I'm not really sure what the baby oil has to do with anything.
They're essentially saying it's a lubricant for an orgy.
I guess. I don't know what you need 1,000. One bottle of baby oil goes a long way. I don't know what you need 1,000 for. I mean, he has a big house. He buys in bulk. You know, I think they have Costco's in every place where he has a home. I mean, have you sat in a parking lot of a Costco and see what people walk out of there with?
Not 1,000 bottles of baby oil.
I don't think it was 1,000. I think it was. Let's just say it's a lot. Okay.
Has he lost his mind? That's from our friends over at TMZ. Back to Tisa Tell standing out in front of the courthouse. Who ever knew that baby oil would be the centerpiece of both the defense and the state's case? But that's Agnifilo. He couldn't even hold up to softball questions from Harvey Levin on TMZ. So I'm very curious why he didn't have Tenny Garagos or Brian Steele do closings.
It was such an interesting choice, but I got to be honest with you, I am salivating at seeing Mark Agnifilo do his baby oil defense. Everybody remembers that TMZ interview. He's sitting there across from Harvey. Harvey, I don't know why baby oil was there. His voice cracking, trying to act like it's the most normal thing in the world to have over $2,000 in baby oil, assuming it's $1.99 a bottle, in your home, and act like these are the normal, perfectly rational and perfectly legal actions of an innocent man. Again, it's an interesting choice. It's an odd choice. But as somebody that is waiting for Diddy to get justice, I welcome this. Bravo, Mark. Bravo. I hope he does another TMZ level performance.
When there's a dispute, I prefer to talk it out. These athletes, well, they prefer a more physical method. Watch TCL Team Boxing League weekends on Merit TV.
1 in 3 U.S. consumers have been a victim of identity theft, even when they did all the right things to protect their personal information.
I thought we did enough to keep a nightmare like this from happening. I felt so secure, but it wasn't enough.
Banks, hospitals, employers, and many government agencies all have your personal information too. And when they're exposed, careful monitoring of your accounts and credit won't be enough.
I change my passwords all the time. I shred my documents. I thought I was bulletproof, honestly.
The information thieves need to steal your identity is already in the hands of others, and it only takes one vulnerability in one place to put your identity at risk.
Yeah, it's scary when you think about how easily this kind of stuff occurs.
Let me make this very, very clear. You could do nothing wrong, be perfect about all of your security, and still be a victim of identity theft.
Tens of thousands of my hard-earned money gone.
The stakes are high, and even if you take steps to protect your personal information, you're not the only one who has it. LifeLock alerts you to the widest volume of threats others could miss, far beyond what you could possibly monitor on your own. Like someone trying to use your social security number to open a loan, purchase a home in your name, or even take over your investment accounts.
Someone was trying to take an account out in my name. I got an alert from LifeLock. Well, I pressed the no button. That wasn't me. It was handled and taken care of.
And if you become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it, guaranteed. All LifeLock members are backed by the LifeLock $1 Million Protection Package, including reimbursement for stolen funds.
There was a letter from LifeLock with a check for over $81,000. They made me whole.
All plans include identity theft restoration, guaranteed, or your money back. Call 1-800-360-9220 or visit lifelock.com/TV35 to save 35% on your first year. Call 1-800-360-9220. Call now.
The poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time.
This is the home of Galina. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
Right now in Ukraine, elderly Jews are trapped in unbearable poverty. If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now.
Hey, I really don't know what's going on with you, but I just want to just give you a heads up that I'm about to really disappear on you. You feel me? I'm not going to be playing these games with you at all, at all. So I don't know, you think you silent treating me, and you think I'm going to be, nah. You'll have a rude awakening. You'll just have silence. And ain't nobody threatening you, and I ain't trying to go back and forth with no woman. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, I ain't got no time for no games. Where my life is at right now, I don't have no time for no games, baby girl. Me and you could be mad, I could have a spat, we could have whatever. Then after that, you better get on your job. That's really, that's all it is. Cause you got me on my job. Nah, it ain't never gonna work like that over here. You know what I'm saying? I was trying not to leave this message, but you have left me no choice. So either you go in the direction of like moving on and shit like that, or you like just like have me just keep moving. Ain't no threat. I'm just being clear. I can't do this shit with you every time you get upset.
Get on your job. Get on your job and get in there in the freak off and be videoed having sex with multiple male sex workers, Sean Combs. You can kiss my hard-working rear end. How dare he tell this woman, get on your job? You know, Lynn Shaw, it makes me so mad. I think I could chew a nail in half. It brings tears to my eyes as well because I have represented women, as have you, that have been beaten and coerced into up to 20 tricks a day, 20, 30 different sex partners a day, or they would be beaten. Their money would be taken away, their driver's license, their cell phone, all sorts, all manners of coercion. I get the pimp Romeo tactic, but I don't know if the jury is going to get it. Explain it.
Yeah, Nancy, that's the problem. The public as a whole don't really understand this pimp Romeo, as well as the justice system, I'm convinced. They don't even really totally understand it. But here's the thing. It is, let me break it down very simply. A vulnerable young woman, girl, thinks she has a new boyfriend. He showers her with love and gifts, and it may be good for a day or two, or even a month or two. And then it turns into, oh, you know, baby girl, you love me. You'll do this for me. I'm a little short on the rent. I need a car payment. I need a new Gucci belt. If you love me, you'll do it just this once. This is what we hear a lot. And they do it the once because they think they're in this love relationship, right? And again, I want to remind everybody, mostly very vulnerable girls and women. Okay. Fast forward, then it becomes a little more hardcore and they're forced into full-blown sex trafficking. This is sexual servitude. Everybody has to understand what the Dirty Diddy case, and the public has to understand. And I'm praying that this jury, if they understand nothing about a pimp Romeo, they will keep thinking about that Cassie video of being knocked down, dragged, barefoot, running to the elevator. That will remain in their minds, as well as get on your job. That says to me sex trafficking. So we have to do a better job as a society in educating the public to intervene and prevent any new victims, and to hold this Dirty Diddy once and for all accountable to some form of sex trafficking, sex labor trafficking, again, force, fraud, coercion. I'm seeing it all over the place. He's guilty, in my opinion.
Well, it's exactly as you just said. I want you to take a listen to what Jane, not her real name, said, speaking of the pimp Romeo tactic of coercion. Listen.
Jane agreed to have sex with Don, believing she was fulfilling a fantasy for her boyfriend and it would not be regular, but compares her first yes to opening Pandora's box she could not close. Every meeting after involved sex with another man. Jane protested to hotel nights, verbally and in writing, but each time Combs threatened to break up with her and withdraw his financial support.
And even though Sean Combs, correct me if I'm wrong, Sydney Sumner, joining us, Crime Stories investigative reporter, also on the trial, Sean Combs, lawyers tried to pretend he didn't know that these women repeatedly said, I don't want to do this, I don't want to do this, to the point where Cassie Ventura was actually dragged back physically to a freak-off by a bodyguard. Is that not coercion? Have I lost my mind? But they tried to pretend that Combs didn't know the women were unwilling, Sydney Sumner.
Exactly what they argued in court, trying to finalize the instructions that the jury would hear. They said that they have not proved that Combs had the mens rea for all of this to have been a crime. They said that the women never told Combs in person or in writing that they did not want to participate in these freak-offs. And it's simply just not true, Nancy. Jane said this multiple times. We saw in her own texts multiple times that she frequently expressed that she did not want to participate. She did not want to do these things. She was upset about it. And Jane also had to testify to the fact that other women particularly bothered her because she knew that Combs was seeing other people, other women, and they were not having to do what she was having to do to have time with her boyfriend. They weren't being locked in a hotel room for a week at a time, only she was. And she particularly felt that this was something she was constantly pushed to do against her will. And they signed a contract, Nancy. That's just insanity to me. They signed a love contract. Combs obviously thought that he was paying Jane's rent in exchange for her having sex with an escort anytime he wanted her to.
Step into a world of tranquility. Enjoy private accommodations. Let go of distractions and embrace the calm. Start your quiet exploration in jail every weekday on Merit TV.
Are you sitting at home living in pain? Maybe it's in your hands or your back or your hips. I'm here to tell you that joint pain doesn't have to be a life sentence. Hi, I'm John Walsh. You know, for 40 years, I've been chasing down the culprits. And now I'm ready to throw the book at joint and muscle pain. That's why there's Omega XL, a one-of-a-kind, natural, powerful joint relief supplement. So I tried it, and it changed my life. Just ask anybody who uses it. The results are undeniable.
Last week, I walked 6 blocks. I was so proud of myself. I ordered Omega XL, and now I have more energy than I ever had. It's been the best thing that I did because it relieves a lot of pain. Everything changed for the best. I can go out, I can hang out with my sisters, I can go anywhere, clean my house, do whatever I can and want to do. Now it's let's go, baby. This product is the best thing. You will remember what did it to you, and it was Omega XL.
That's the truth, the facts, and the hope that Omega XL can bring you. Case closed.
Go to OmegaXL.com/John Walsh or call the number at the bottom of your screen right now to take advantage of this special offer. Buy 1 bottle of Omega XL, get 1 free. That's 2 bottles for only $39.95. Plus, you'll also receive a bottle of Vitamin XL D3 absolutely free. And it's backed by a 60-day money-back guarantee. If you're not satisfied, just return the unused portion for a full refund of the purchase price.
If you're living with joint or muscle pain caused by inflammation, try Omega XL and see the difference it can make in your life.
Order now to get this special offer. 2 bottles of Omega XL plus Vitamin XL D3 for only $39.95. Act now.
Food. It fuels our bodies, nourishes our spirits, and brings us together. Because we all need nutritious food to thrive.
Food gives me energy and it also helps me focus.
But not everyone knows where their next meal is coming from. And 1 in 7 people in America face hunger. It's tougher than ever for too many of us. But the simple truth is, ending hunger is possible, and it starts with you. Call or go online to helpfeedingamerica.org and give $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, to help families in your community facing hunger. Feeding America works from coast to coast with partner food banks, food pantries, and meal programs. Your monthly gift delivers food where it's needed most, puts fresh food on the table, and helps kids have healthy meals all year round, even when school is out.
You can see the difference with the kids when they're full. Food is everything.
Please call the number on your screen or go online to helpfeedingamerica.org. Give $19 a month. Your first gift can double in impact. And we'll send you this free canvas grocery bag as a reminder of how you're helping to end hunger for good.
When it comes down to it, it's about taking care of your family first and the loved ones that you need to provide for.
Food donations help me tremendously, and I'm very grateful for the food bank.
I have hope. The simple truth is, ending hunger in America is possible. You can help make it happen. The need is urgent. Call or go online now to helpfeedingamerica.org, and your gift can double in impact.
I have seen nothing but Puff turn on the charm. That's why he had a career.
He still thought he was running things.
He was charming, he was funny, he was witty. Puffy plays this game really well, and he's been playing it for a very long time.
I think this might be the limit of his star power.
And he's playing it right now in front of a jury. Throughout the day, we have been listening to closing arguments by the state. The defense closing arguments will commence tomorrow morning. Repeat, Friday morning, the defense closing arguments will begin. They project a 4-hour closing argument that will be followed by the judge's charges to the jury. What are charges? That is when the judge literally reads, and the judge must read it. One slip of the tongue, and I've had this happen to me, one slip of the tongue by the judge, if they ad-lib, bad. That's reversible error. So the judge will literally be reading the law to the jury, the law by which they are to judge and decide this case. What does that mean? They will hear a charge about what is reasonable doubt. What is the burden of proof? What is a reasonable doubt? It is not proving the case to a mathematical certainty such as 2 and 2 equals 4. It is a reasonable doubt. And I don't mean a doubt like, hey, maybe little green men from Mars flew in and conducted the freak-offs. Could that happen? Yes. Did it happen? Probably no. It probably did not happen. So all of these legal theories must be explained to the jury. And yes, they zone out during that. Imagine sitting in a warm courtroom while the judge literally reads about 30 pages of the law. It's really hard. Think about after you have lunch and you want to take a nap, but you can't, and then they're in the courtroom, everything gets all warm and cozy, there's no distraction, the judge is droning on and on. Yeah, they're going to zone out. This is why I believe the jury charges are important. Sydney Sumner, I need you on this because the state got a very important charge. During closing arguments, both lawyers, Agnifilo for the defense, Slavic for the state, will say, you will hear the judge state the law on X. Yesterday, the state argued and got a charge that the sex act did not have to be completed for coercion into sex to be shown. They are putting all their money, back to Vegas odds, Sydney Sumner, on Cassie Ventura. And this is why, Sid. In that video, if the state can prove that in that one video, the Intercontinental Hotel beatdown, in this one video, she was dragged back to a freak-off, which we know she was, because when security got there, there was another man there. He was a sex worker, and her testimony is that this was a freak-off, right? And he didn't take the stand to rebut it. She was dragged back to the room, but at that time, Sydney, she got her bags and left. So the state got the charge. The jury is going to be told, Sydney, that the sex act did not have to be completed. So, Sydney, what I'm trying to explain is that if the jury believes she was beaten and dragged back to a freak-off, that shows coercion, and coercion shows sex trafficking. So if this one instance is proven, the state has met its burden. Bam! Explain the jury charge, Sydney Sumner, that the state got yesterday.
Well, Nancy, in addition to what you mentioned, they also got in that previous consent does not mean that a victim was not later trafficked. So I think both of those go hand in hand and are very important in showing that just because the actual sex act didn't happen, and just because they may have said yes to this the first time, doesn't mean that later on Combs did not traffic them. And I think they really have met their burden of proof, Nancy. We've seen all of these text messages, all of these protests, all of these gentle rebuttals. So even before Cassie was dragged back into this hotel room because Combs didn't want her to lead this freak off, she even mentioned, hey, I have my movie premiere Monday. I don't really want to do this. And Combs went forward with it anyway. Combs had an extreme level of control over Cassie's entire career, and he seemed to want to roll her under the bus and push her down and make sure that she wasn't being successful without him so that he could continue to leverage this control over her. She discussed having hundreds of unreleased songs. She called it busy work. Combs just kept her happy enough that she thought that he would actually help her career. And that explains part of the reason that she was still with him 10 years later.
And joining me now, special guest, Joseph Jackalone, former NYPD sergeant, author of The Cold Case Handbook and The Criminal Investigative Function, a guide for new investigators, and he is the star of a podcast, True Crime with the Sarge. Thank you, Joseph, for being with us. You know what's interesting? Sean Combs is planning his victory tour, as Kanye calls it, his resurrection tour. The family, Sean Combs' family, is preparing a post-trial to be release date documentary of how he has suffered throughout this. How Sean Combs has suffered throughout this. There is a block party planned. There is a July 4th party planned for when Combs gets released. The bookies in Vegas are betting against the state. But you know what? I ain't giving up, Jackalone. I'm not giving up because I believe the state has proven its case against a very, very popular, a very, very wealthy celebrity. And it tastes like a dirt sandwich to think he could get away with all the beatings, all the threats, the car bombings, the bribing, the extortion. It's almost more than I can take because you know what, Joseph? He's no different than a pimp at the corner of Broadway that beats a woman to go turn tricks. He's no different, Jackalone.
No, he's not, Nancy. And I was always taught, you don't put the cart before the horse. And I think that's exactly what's happening here. I mean, listen, I think that the prosecution has a very strong defense. And listen, I wouldn't bet against the federal government. They just don't walk into these things and saying, anything willy-nilly. They usually have a very strong case. They have the full backing of government. They have videos. They have testimony. They have eyewitnesses. They have so many different aspects going for them. They have circumstantial evidence, direct evidence, you name it, they have it. It's about the presentation. It's about what the jury is going to believe, of course, in the long run. My only concern is that butting up against the July 4th weekend where court's going to be closed. So, you don't, if they get it Monday, you're looking at maybe Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. I hope that they're not going to try to rush things to get it done before the holiday. That's always a concern.
When a young wife and mother was diagnosed with ovarian cancer, she and her husband made the choice to openly share their journey.
I wanted to come on here and continue to preach what she taught me about life.
That's next on Dr. Phil Primetime. Tariffs, inflation, fear of recession. How do you make sense of all this economic uncertainty? To start, every one of you needs this free precious metals guide from Preserve Gold. This isn't some generic sales pamphlet. It's a clear, easy-to-read roadmap that explains exactly how to protect your savings with gold and other time-tested metals. Now, I'm not saying you need to buy gold. Gold isn't for everyone. But you do need to educate yourself so you can make the best decision for you and your family. You won't find this guide in stores. It's not online, and it's only available by calling right now. Call 844-407-6375 or text PHIL to 50505 to get your free, no-obligation guide from Preserve Gold. Call now. You'll be glad you did.
Attention families with a loved one in a nursing home. If in the last 2 years your loved one experienced bed sores, falls, broken bones, dehydration, or even death, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. If you have a loved one who is injured in a nursing home, we will find out what happened. State violations are found against nursing homes every day. You have a limited time to file your claim, so don't wait. Call now and speak with one of our attorneys. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at nursinghomesettlements.com.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
The poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time. This is the home of Galina. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
Right now in Ukraine, elderly Jews are trapped in unbearable poverty. If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now.
Sydney Summer, before I throw this to Dr. Bethany Marshall, could you please explain what we heard early this morning when the lead defense attorney, Mark Agnifilo, came in the courtroom and tested the mics? He sang Copacabana.
Apparently, he started out, her name was Lola, to try and test this mic. He shouldn't need it to give any of his statements today, but he may need to object. So I don't know if that is a sign, if that means something, that they're feeling extremely confident going into closing arguments, but that seems a pretty relaxed way to test that mic.
You know what, Dr. Bethany? Even people here on my studio actually laughed just then. I have a completely different reaction. I want to cry because it's all just a big joke. It's just a big joke. And you know what? For all of you producers sitting here that actually laughed when you heard Agnifilo tested the mic by singing her name was Lola, it's just a big joke to them because they have never been a sex assault victim. And I'm glad they haven't. They've never had to deal with one witness I had in the middle of her direct testimony. She couldn't take it, Bethany. She put her head down on the desk in front of her at the witness stand by the mic and went into some kind of catatonic state. In my rape case. Okay, forget my case. Forget what I was trying to do. What about her? When she had to recount what happened. These people are never the same, Bethany. And you know what? Just wait a minute. The state is not allowed to do this, but I can do it because I'm not arguing to a jury. Forget about yourself. Think about your daughter having sex time after time after time in one night for hours, sex marathons that go 24, 36 hours with multiple sex workers that were hired specifically because they are, quote, well endowed by Sean Combs. With him standing by naked, masturbating, and videoing this happening to your daughter. To your daughter. Oh,
Nancy,
what a change. Because nobody's laughing in the studio now. It's not funny anymore, is it?
you know that song, her name is Lola. My first association was Lolita, who was a 13-year-old who was sexually abused, all right? And then Jeffrey Epstein's plane is the Lolita Express. This, I think, on Mark Agnifalo's part, is an unconscious reference to the fact that women deserve to be abused. That's the first thing I heard. I think it's disgusting. And I was thinking too, doesn't he have daughters, sisters, a mother? He wouldn't want them in that kind of a situation. I think the defense actually is serving up the idea of force, fraud, and coercion on a silver platter. And what I mean by this, the 3 stages of the pimp Romeo syndrome: the pimp pretends to be in love with the victim, love bombs, all of that, then grooms and gets the victim's trust. And in the 3rd stage, the victim cannot break away. So they do go back and forth, like, okay, I'll arrange, I'll call the sex workers for you. They are terrified. And then they say no, thinking that Sean Diddy Combs is actually listening to them. And when you say no so many times and the other person doesn't listen, you start to become brainwashed that you didn't say no at all. That's what Cassie said in her testimony. It wasn't until she looked back at her texts that she realized she had been saying no for years. She had dissociated from that. And one more thing, Nancy, this Mark Agnifalo singing the Lola song reminds me of all the rich, wealthy, powerful men who went on the Lolita Express, knowing exactly what they were going to do, getting to that island, participating, and thinking it was all one big party. It's not a party. Women and men are being abused. It's a tragedy.
As we head to a verdict watch in the Sean Combs sex trafficking trial, we stop to remember an American hero, Trooper Mart Hudson, Maryland State PD, just 25, killed in the line of duty, served only 1 year, leaves behind a grieving fiance, a mother, and stepfather. American hero, Trooper Mart Hudson. Thank you to our guests, but especially to you for being with us. Nancy Grace signing off. I'll see you tomorrow night at a brand new time, 7 p.m. and encore at midnight. And until then, good night, friend.
Welcome to Dr. Phil's Merit TV. Tonight on Dr. Phil Primetime. When a young wife and mother was diagnosed with ovarian cancer, she and her husband made the choice to openly share their journey. A lot of people have wanted to talk to you about this.
I wanted to come on here and continue to preach what she taught me about life. That was the biggest burden I've ever carried, of knowing her fate. She says, I can't give you kids, but I can give you a son.
What were the final words Haley told your son Weston before she passed? Tonight, a difficult topic to tackle, but one that will grip nearly all of us at one time or another. I'm talking about grief. The emotions that come with grief can feel overwhelming and unpredictable. It's not a linear process, nor is there a right way to grieve. So when a young wife and mother was diagnosed with ovarian cancer, she and her husband made the choice to openly share their journey. The videos they made have received more than 700 million views on social media. Here's the touching story of Haley and Taylor.
When I first saw Haley, took my breath away. We dated all through high school, college, and 10 years ago, I proposed to her.
It's a beautiful day. Taylor and Haley, take New York.
A year after we got engaged, she was having some health issues and gaining weight, and so she went to the doctor, and doctor comes in, she's got tears in her eyes and says, "You have advanced ovarian cancer." And I'd never felt a fear like that in my life.
What surgery number is this for us?
12.
I'm tired of hospitals.
Me too.
April of 2016, we had a major surgery that lasted almost 9 hours. They removed both ovaries, her uterus, a foot of her colon, 4 lymph nodes, her appendix, her spleen, her gallbladder. But not only that, they were able to remove 100% of visible cancer, which was honestly a miracle.
We just got back from seeing Dr. Chi that we're all clear to go start our lives.
And so that was the time we decided to move forward with surrogacy. And so she could be a mother and I could be a dad.
I've always wanted a baby.
January of 2019, our son Weston was born. That was the greatest day. Within a year of Weston being born, after dealing with cancer for 7 years, then the cancer started coming back.
I hate this.
I remember when the doctor told us, Haley just said, "I guess this is it then."
So when you can't see mommy, where am I? In your heart. In your heart.
By July, she'd been in hospice for 7 months, and she had fought to the end. So I brought Weston in. He got up and gave her a kiss on the cheek. She kind of woke up and looked at him and said, "I love you, Weston." She passed away 2 days later.
Well, Taylor, thanks for being here.
Of course, I'm appreciative to be here and continue the story and keep the conversation going about, the hardships of losing a loved one. And it's something we all go through. Everybody in this life is going to lose somebody at some point.
Yeah. I know a lot of people have wanted to talk to you about this. Why did you decide to do it here and why now?
I try to live by what Haley, asked me to promise her, and that was to live my life to the fullest and to continue her message going forward and to keep her memory alive. Her greatest fear was being forgotten. And I said, "I'm never going to let you be forgotten." And nothing fires me up more than talking about her, 'cause she's the greatest person I've ever known. And I wanted to come on here and continue to preach what she believed and what she taught me about life. And I never dreamed I would be here talking to you about her. I mean, I'm just blown away. So very grateful.
She would approve?
Oh, yeah, 100%. Okay. She would be very proud.
Did you ever imagine when you started kind of doing a video diary of this and unfolding it, that it would get such attention and be such an inspiration to people?
From the very beginning, I just had this weird belief that our story would actually get out there because it just is a powerful story. I did some original videos years ago, right after she got sick, just trying to keep our family informed. But really when I posted in November of 2022, after we found out we were at the end of the road, and that's when it just went crazy. I mean, just exploded.
Take me through the moment when you first heard that she had this diagnosis and that it was very, very serious.
We were 2 months from getting married. I had just recently graduated from A&M in petroleum engineering, and we had the world ahead of us. Very excited for our future, and she'd been having some issues and some bloating issues and weight gain and energy, and so she finally went to the doctor and got like an ultrasound to kind of see what was going on there, and then they quickly realized they needed to do a CT scan. So we did that a few days later, and I was at work. She called me, said, "I've got a grapefruit-sized mass in my abdomen, and I've got an appointment with an oncologist at noon. Can you come home?" And I mean, she's sobbing. I can barely understand her. And I said, of course, I'll be there. I jumped in the car, and I remember driving home just praying out loud, like, Lord, let me have kids. Like, please don't take that from me and Haley. Like, I want kids, you know. And got home, she was still freaking out, and I was trying to stay calm. And so we went to the appointment, and I was so naive at that age. I think I was 23, 24, that we walked into the waiting room, and I saw people that were bald with no hair. And then I realized an oncologist was a cancer doctor. And then I'm like, this isn't happening. And I just started panicking and freaking out and internally trying to keep it together. And they called her back and went back there, and the doctor comes in and opens the paperwork and looks up, and she's got tears. And she said, I've been doing this a long time, and by the looks of your scans that I'm looking here, you have ovarian cancer, and if you do, it's advanced. And we were just shocked. The room like goes quiet, you know, just like they show in the movies. And so the first thing Haley says is, please tell me I can have children. And she said, unfortunately, you're gonna have to worry about that later because you're fighting for your life. And then everything just seemed to spiral out of control. I experienced a debilitating fear that I can't put into words. We were about 2 months from getting married, and, you know, looking forward to moving forward with that. And, you know, this actually is just heartbreaking for me to think about. But that night, she sat me down and said, if you would like to move on, I don't blame you. Like, I'm gonna give you nothing but a broken life, and you deserve the world, and you've worked hard, and you deserve a good life. And it just broke me for her to be that low, but that mature, to be like, I release you, like, because we weren't married yet. And I said, are you crazy? Like, we're riding this together. Like, I hope you would stand by me. And she was like, of course I would. And I was like, well, then let's figure out what we're gonna do. Let's get this solved.
And you did get married?
Yep, we did get married 2 months later. She did 9 weeks of chemo, lost her hair. Fortunately, we were able to do first look photos within a few days of the diagnosis. She wanted to take pictures in her wedding dress with her hair, you know, in her natural body before she was loaded up with steroids from the chemo. So then got married in February of 2016, and it was a great day, but it was a day with a cloud over it. It was just hard to concentrate.
And what happened 3 days after the wedding?
I'm Chris Gutierrez with a quick news break here on Dr. Phil's Merit TV. We brought you this live. President Trump making his final push to get his one big, beautiful bill through Congress. The president held an event in the East Room of the White House to help convince Republican holdouts in the Senate to pass the bill. President Trump says they need to get on board because the bill will have a big benefit in all of our wallets.
And according to the Council of Economic Advisors, these reforms will protect or create more than 7 million jobs, add 3.1% to economic growth, reduce taxes for the typical American by nearly 15%, and increase take-home pay for the normal family of four by at least $13,000. And that takes place immediately. That's not bad, right? Look, I'm looking at that guy back there, right? That's pretty good.
President Trump has issued a deadline of July 4th to get the bill through Congress and to his desk to sign. At the event, President Trump also put pressure on Fed Chair Jerome Powell to lower interest rates so Americans can finally feel some relief.
And if we had a person over at the Fed that would lower interest rates a little bit, that would be helpful, too. It's hard to believe. This is on top of, you know, we have to fight this guy. He's not doing the job. Each point that he keeps it up is the equivalent of $300 billion. $300 billion. So if he lowered it to, it would save $600 billion. We have to work hard with cuts on that, right? That's a lot of cutting. And this guy could do it so easily. We don't have inflation. Well, we might have inflation. Yeah, and if you do, you raise the rate a little bit. That's okay.
And we'll see you for our next update. I'm Chris Gutierrez, and you're watching Dr. Phil's Merit TV.
Tomorrow on Dr. Phil Primetime.
Working in the trades is not worth it.
Mikey says he quit his job as an electrician because it made him miserable.
I don't like any job.
I've got an experiment I want you to do.
All that just pull it out by hand, that's what the gloves are for.
What's your attitude about people that do that kind of work?
If you can make money doing that, it's wonderful, but it's not my passion.
If you love what you do, that's all that matters.
I don't want to listen to you prattle on.
No.
If everything you do is just what you want to do, grow up. That's tomorrow night. Tariffs, inflation, fear of recession. How do you make sense of all this economic uncertainty? To start, every one of you needs this free precious metals guide from Preserve Gold. This isn't some generic sales pamphlet. It's a clear, easy-to-read roadmap that explains exactly how to protect your savings with gold and other time-tested metals. Now, I'm not saying you need to buy gold. Gold isn't for everyone. But you do need to educate yourself so you can make the best decision for you and your family. You won't find this guide in stores. It's not online, and it's only available by calling right now. Call 844-407-6375 or text PHIL to 50505 to get your free, no-obligation guide from Preserve Gold. Call now. You'll be glad you did. What happened 3 days after the wedding?
3 days later, she got her scan to see how the chemo, if it did what we needed it to do, so we could do a surgery. And the doctor comes in and says, it did not work. We've got tumor growth all over, nothing shrunk. And she just had this tone and this sense that she wanted to say more, but wasn't. And I just had this need to find out what was going on. So I asked everybody to step out, and I wanted to talk to the doctor alone. And I was sitting there, and I looked up at her, and I said, she's dying, isn't she? She said she's got probably 6 months. And so I just married her 3 days ago, and now I find out she's not going to make it. And I broke down, and she comforted me, and I told her, I said, I can't tell Haley that. Like, you're going to have to tell her that. And she said, the only reason I didn't tell her is because you are about to go on your honeymoon. I want her to enjoy that and not worry about this. And I also want another week to kind of see if I can come up with another plan. And I said, all right. So I went on that honeymoon knowing that was probably our last trip, and that was the biggest burden I've ever carried, of knowing her fate, but luckily it turned out that there was another plan that God had in store, and her doctor said, I know of a surgeon in New York, and he is the best ovarian cancer debulking surgeon in the world. If anyone could help you, it's him. And ended up removing 100% of visible cancer, which I thought was a miracle. Now, he made it very clear that she wasn't cancer-free. She still had microscopic cancer cells, but any visible tumors he removed.
And you had quality time?
Yes. She went from having massive tumors all over to nothing. And so that definitely gave us years. She was diagnosed in 15 and passed away in 23. So a lot more than 6 months.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. 8 years.
Yeah.
And you did have a child?
Yes. This was around 2018. We found a drug that seemed to maintain the tumor growth at what it was and seemed to keep it at a steady level. And the doctor truly felt that we had a really good longevity estimate for her. Because if we were going to bring a child into this world, we wanted to have a lot of time. And Haley deserved to be a mom. She was put on this planet to be a mom. I can tell you that 100%. So we decided to move forward. And what's really cool about this story that I think is amazing is we have a family friend that Haley nannied for. And on our wedding night, she came up to Haley and said, if you ever are in a place to have children, I will be your surrogate. And she reminded us every year, I'm ready to do it. I'm ready to do it. So we took her up on the offer, and Haley always wanted a girl. and I always wanted a boy. And we agreed that the healthiest embryo is the one we would transfer. And so we go into the appointment, and doctor says, all right, healthiest embryo you want, it's a girl. And I go, what about the second one? He goes, it's a girl. I was like, man, strike two, you know? And I said, number 3, and he said, boy. And so I was just ready to move forward with the girl, and Haley looks up and she goes, let's transfer the boy. And I go, what? She says, I can't give you kids, but I can give you a son. I started to document Haley's journey off and on through the years.
I like you.
Now I can give you the...
You're my girl.
Haley really got into the videos.
Should we show the video of what you did?
Then Weston, when he was born, he was in a lot of the videos. And that's when we started receiving hundreds of messages and these people that were having struggles in their own life.
Please know how much you are changing my life and everyone around you.
She was absolutely inspiring to so many people.
Insurify. At Insurify, we make it easy to cut your car insurance bill in half. Half? How? Just go to Insurify.com and compare dozens of quotes in a few clicks. We cut out the middleman so you can cut your bill in half. Go to Insurify.com and save up to 50% on your car insurance.
Welcome to 88 Fortune Slots, winner of the free-to-play mobile slots game of the year. Around here, it's all about the action. Download 88 Fortune Slots for free and get a 7 billion coin bonus. 88 Fortune Slots.
I love what I do, which is help people make the switch to consumer cellular, like our customers Courtney and Jackie.
Anytime anybody complains about their cell phone bill, we say, you've got to check out Consumer Cellular.
Consumer Cellular gives you access to a fast, reliable, nationwide network for up to half the cost of big wireless.
My previous provider was terrible.
Why are we paying this much for our cell phone bill? It's crazy, right?
Dropped calls or missed calls. To me, that was just normal.
We wouldn't get to talk to a person. Now with Consumer Cellular, no problems.
Our reception is so much better with Consumer Cellular. It's been amazing.
I just made a road trip across half the country, and I did not have one dropped call.
Better customer service. They tell me exactly what I'm paying and why I'm paying for it.
And here's my favorite part. You can save up to half on your bill.
It's within $1 of being half of my old bill.
With Verizon, I was paying about $150 a month. With Consumer Cellular, I'm paying about half that.
As AARP members, we get 2 lines for $55 a month.
I'm getting the exact same coverage for half the price. That's a beautiful thing.
Done deal.
We'll set you up with the best plan for you and help you wrap things up with your old provider. It all takes about 20 minutes.
Switching over took about 20 minutes. That's it.
Consumer Cellular customer service reps are A1, top notch.
They are so nice. You get a human being to talk to.
It's month to month, very simple. You're not locked in.
I got to keep my phone. I got to keep my number.
If you're thinking about switching providers, do it.
If I can do it, you can.
That's why I love Consumer Cellular. They've made it easy.
We'd love for you to enjoy our reliable nationwide coverage and the best customer service in the business. Give us a call now and start saving up to half on what you're paying now. It only takes about 20 minutes.
Call 1-800-550-2659
to switch and save up to half with Consumer Cellular. Plus, new customers can save $25 when they switch today.
Haley wrote a letter for me for Mother's Day to open up. She wanted to make sure I had some kind of comforting message to read on a day that she knew that I was going to be struggling. She wrote, "Don't ever forget how strong you are. Watch a video of me and hug our baby boy tonight. I hope you can feel our love and feel me. I love you endlessly."
Taylor and Haley's story garnered hundreds of millions of views online. And Taylor says it's their son, Weston, and wanting to be the best father possible that makes every day worth living.
Since Haley passed away, I miss her terribly. But I would say Weston being in my life has been a saving grace for me. Weston has become my best friend. We love to go hunting and fishing. He's a great little baseball player, and that's what I grew up playing, and I love working with him with that. And occasionally he'll come up to me and he'll be really sad. He misses his mother, and we pray every day. We pray before we eat our meals. I'll just tell him that Jesus came to take Mom home. I'm so blessed to have him and that he's so much like Haley because I feel like she's still here. Obviously, when you lose a loved one and you're going through grief, it's extremely easy to get stuck in those negative thoughts. I've been blessed to have health to continue to live, to be able to get up every day. I've got to take advantage of those blessings. I'm not doing Haley justice if I don't go out there and live.
Taylor, what were the final words that Haley told your son Weston before she passed?
You know, I'd been telling Weston for all he's ever known since birth is that Mommy was sick and was a little different than most mommies and couldn't do everything. And so, you know, I never sugarcoated anything with that boy, and I still don't. So when that day came where she was really starting to slip into that coma state, that sleep state, and I wanted her to at least be able to talk to Weston. And he was at summer camp and at the church. And so we went and got him, brought him in, and I sat him down, and it was just me, Haley, and Weston. And I said, "You're an amazing son. You're the best little boy. The reason Mom is still here is because of you. And you are the saving grace for both of us. And there's nothing you did wrong." You know, because sometimes kids will think it's their fault. And he grabbed her hand, and that caused her to kind of wake up a little bit. And she said, "I love you, Weston." And she laid her head back down, and that was the last thing she ever said. And she passed away 2 days later.
What do you do to keep her memory alive with him?
I talk about her every day. There's not one thing in my house that's changed. Every night before bed, we say our prayers, and I always open the floor to him if he wants to talk to Mommy. Some nights he does, some nights he doesn't want to. And there's nothing quite as heartbreaking than listening to your son talk to his deceased mother at night. I mean, it is heartbreaking to listen to because his mind doesn't fully understand. And he's asking, "Can you come back? You know, I want to see you again." And it's just, but he's so mature and loving, and I just am so blessed that I get to call him my son.
You know, he's at an age where those memories are fragile.
Yeah.
And you've got to keep that alive for him.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes it's so painful that people say, I don't want to talk about that. And that's very selfish because he needs that to bridge across that decay so he doesn't feel so guilty.
Mm-hmm.
And that'll help him tremendously if you'll give him that gift.
Oh, I don't waste an opportunity to talk about it, that's for sure.
What have you done with the anger at this being taken away from you and from him?
1 in 3 U.S. consumers have been a victim of identity theft, even when they did all the right things to protect their personal information.
I thought we did enough to keep a nightmare like this from happening. I felt so secure, but it wasn't enough.
Banks, hospitals, employers, and many government agencies all have your personal information too. And when they're exposed, careful monitoring of your accounts and credit won't be enough.
I change my passwords all the time. I shred my documents. I thought I was bulletproof, honestly.
The information thieves need to steal your identity is already in the hands of others, and it only takes one vulnerability in one place to put your identity at risk.
Yeah, it's scary when you think about how easily this kind of stuff occurs.
Let me make this very, very clear. You could do nothing wrong, be perfect about all of your security, and still be a victim of identity theft.
Tens of thousands of my hard-earned money gone.
The stakes are high, and even if you take steps to protect your personal information, you're not the only one who has it. LifeLock alerts you to the widest volume of threats others could miss, far beyond what you could possibly monitor on your own. like someone trying to use your Social Security number to open a loan, purchase a home in your name, or even take over your investment accounts.
Someone was trying to take an account out in my name. I got an alert from LifeLock. Well, I pressed the no button. That wasn't me. It was handled and taken care of.
And if you become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it, guaranteed. All LifeLock members are backed by the LifeLock $1 Million Protection Package, including reimbursement for stolen funds.
There was a letter from LifeLock with a check for over $81,000. They made me whole.
All plans include identity theft restoration, guaranteed, or your money back. Call 1-800-360-9220 or visit lifelock.com/TD35 to save 35% on your first year. Call 1-800-360-9220. Call now.
Hi, Grandma. I played baseball today.
Oh, that's great.
What position did you play?
First base.
That's what Grandpa used to play. When our hearing wouldn't allow us to use a regular phone, it made us feel isolated.
It became difficult to communicate with our friends and family.
Clear Captions was an easy solution for us.
Clear Captions provides captions on a phone like captioning on your TV, so you can see what the caller is saying live as they say it,
making it easy to understand and respond immediately.
There is no insurance or Medicare required. Clear Captions service is provided at no cost to you through a federally funded program. We deliver, install, and train you on how to use your phone, all at no cost to you.
Give your loved ones the independence and connection they deserve.
Call now to see if you qualify to get a Clear Captions phone at no cost to you.
Call 1-800-401-2141. That's 1-800-401-2141.
What have you done with the anger at this being taken away from you and from him?
I used to be very angry. I was angry at God. I was angry at my situation. I had a victim mentality, a poor me attitude. This was in the middle of the caregiving where I didn't see a light at the end of the tunnel. Not that I was honored to take care of her, but there's probably multiple caregivers in here, but it can wear on you. It's hard. Dealing with that day in and day out, I was very angry. But I honestly can sit here and tell you today, I have zero anger. I'm sitting here with nothing but gratitude in my heart for what the time I did get and for what she did teach me. And I know because of my faith that I'll see her again. And I hold on to that. And I believe very strongly that the Lord doesn't do things to people. He allows things to happen. And I look at what has come from this story, what he's used her to do. And I'm just, like I said, sitting here with nothing but a heart full of gratitude, grateful and thankful for what she has taught me in my young life. And just so, I said it earlier. I was 23 years old, sitting in my truck. She just told me that I could leave. I'm crying. I think my life is over. I don't see a future for me, but I know what I need to do. And I thought it was over. And now I'm sitting here talking to you, telling her story. How can you not believe that there's a God, that there's a greater plan for all of us? And I'm so grateful for the time that we had in hospice, because I learned a lot about the hospice journey that I didn't quite understand till I went through it.
Well, hospice is a true gift, and skilled hospice nurses and all are truly angels on earth. My next guest, Julie, better known on social media as Hospice Nurse Julie, is the author of Nothing to Fear, Demystifying Death to Live More Fully. Now, she says talking about the details and the dying process is exactly what we need to do.
As a hospice nurse, I'm trying to help people die in peace. Everyone that comes on hospice has either declined further treatment or they've exhausted all treatment. There's a doctor, there's a nurse, a social worker, a chaplain. It's spiritual, emotional, physical, mental, all the things. Try to treat the whole person to help make this as easy and as peaceful as possible. The gift of hospice is time. This is the person's end-of-life journey. That's why hospice is so beautiful. We have the two bring people together, to have those moments before that person dies. Because so many times people die in an instant and they're not given that luxury. So people always think hospice nursing is depressing. Watching someone take their last breath on hospice with friends and family around, it's like witnessing a birth. All I see is love.
Well, Julie, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
You were an ICU nurse. Yes. Why did you choose to switch over to hospice? Because that's a big switch.
Big switch. I was an ICU nurse for 8 years, and during that time, slowly but surely, as I gained confidence in what I was doing as a nurse, I started getting a voice and becoming an advocate for people that I felt like we were doing a disservice to by keeping them alive in the ICU. Now, not everyone, of course, ICU is amazing, but certain circumstances, it's like prolonging life at all cost was doing a disservice, which eventually led me to hospice.
Yeah, and your book is amazing, by the way. And you talk about having a good death. What do you mean by that?
So a good death, peaceful death, however you want to talk about it, I think is one where the family understands what death and dying looks like. People will linger usually for a few days, unconscious, not eating and drinking. They might breathe a little different. And families look at that and they think, emergency, something's wrong. We need to do something, fix this. And in reality, it's normal. It's how someone dies, right? So preparing yourself in that way, knowing what death really looks like, can help you have a peaceful environment, at least, around that death.
How does hospice help people have a good death?
Oh man, yeah, I could talk about this forever. So we have a full team of people that helps you with all areas. So the symptom management of the person who's dying. We have a social worker to help with family dynamics and just talk about the situation at hand. Chaplain, doctor, a CNA to help with hygiene and support the family. 24-hour number, so a nurse can come to your house anytime, day or night, no matter what's going on. It's bringing healthcare to your home so you can live out the rest of your life. That's my main thing. People think hospice is about dying. People are dying on hospice, but the whole point is so they can live out the rest of their life.
More. Yeah, exactly.
I love you and Haley. That video makes me cry again. It's just so beautiful, that video.
That was well said, Nurse Julie. Still to come, Haley and Taylor's son, Weston, will come out to say hi. But first, I want you to meet someone I encountered several years ago when we were searching for her missing daughter. The grief this mother has experienced really packed a 1-2 punch. You'll understand what I mean when we come back. Monday on Dr. Phil Primetime. If AI is already thinking with us, how long before it starts thinking for us?
If you don't adapt, you'll be left behind.
Guarantee you, at least 95% of students are using AI. If I'm ever taking a quiz or anything where I don't want anyone to be knowing that I'm using AI, it will just immediately feed me the answer here.
That's actually a little scary. Is AI dangerous already?
No one knows how to control something smarter than us. It can actually kill everyone.
That's Monday.
At Consumer Cellular, we pride ourselves on getting you the exact same nationwide coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. But don't worry, we've got a lot more than that going for us. Woo! Like this beautiful store in Arizona, for example. It's the perfect place for me to tell you a little bit more about our phones and how they can become your phones. You name it, we probably got it. We have the top smartphones from all the major companies. If it's state-of-the-art cameras you want with space-age metal housing, we got them. If you want a smartphone with lots of bells and whistles but won't break the bank, we've got that too. We even have flip phones like the Iris Flip. If you're someone that doesn't need all that mumbo-jumbo and just wants something simple. And now, we even have watches.
We do.
No matter what device you choose, you'll be happy to know that if your data needs change,
No problem.
with our SmartFlex feature, you don't have to sweat it. Like say you're on a road trip out west and end up using a bunch of data. We can simply flex you up to the next data tier for as little as $5. Then, when you get home, you can flex right back down with no penalty. So you only pay for what you actually need.
With Consumer Cellular, you get the exact same nationwide coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost.
I know what you're thinking. What if I don't have one of these amazing stores in my town yet? Can I get these phones sent to me?
Yes, you can.
Will our award-winning customer service help me switch over or add a line for $15 to make my own family plan?
Of course they will.
Is it easy?
Easy as pie.
You see that tower out there? It's a beauty. And there are thousands more like it, working hard for me and you, supplying 5G coverage to this beautiful nation of ours. We know how important coverage is. That's why we offer a risk-free guarantee. If you're not satisfied within 30 days of activation, you can pay nothing. Oh, look.
Plus, new customers can save $25 when they switch today.
Call 1-800-376-2589.
Or visit consumercellular.com to switch today.
She knows what she's talking about. Pick up the phone.
Struggling to lose weight? Help reach your health goals with one simple change. One shake. Clinically tested benefits. And over 1 billion servings sold.
With Shakeology, I don't have to stress about nutrition.
I drink one shake a day. It's delicious. Packed superfoods, fiber,
Vitamins, proteins,
probiotics, and digestive enzymes
to make sure my gut health is on point for the day.
With a Shakeology subscription, you can get 3 months of body streaming fitness for free. Go to Shakeology.com for more details.
We first met Lori when she shared her story about her daughter Ebby's disappearance and murder. Now, Lori experienced every parent's worst nightmare, but it didn't end there. She also lost her son suddenly. Despite her profound loss, she says it is possible to find happiness, and in fact, it's okay. Take a look.
From my first appearance on the Dr. Phil show, I've lost my 18-year-old daughter, Abby, to murder. I lost my 35-year-old son, my father, my mom, and my best friend. It's a lot. It is a lot of death. All those have left a mark on me. With all these different deaths, I dealt with them differently. With Abby's death, I had to find her, so I had to keep moving. Trevor's death, I did go to bed. He was 35. He died of a massive heart attack. But those sad days still come. The birthdays, the death anniversaries, it's like my body holds on to that stress some. With my faith, I have always been able to find something good out of bad. There's no time limit for joy or sadness, but you have to keep going forward.
Lori, I'm so happy to see you again.
I'm glad to see you too.
And I'm glad to see you're doing so well, despite the fact that you've had another terrible loss with your son.
He was 35 from a massive heart attack.
I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, we talk about this, and you know, you've been on 3 times before because we were working on all of this.
Finding Abby.
And you had some really rough times with this, and talk about that a little bit.
You know, I had different deaths. With Abby's, it was trauma, looking for her for 2 years. Then they found her dead in a drain. And then, so I had death with her. And then a year later, my son died of a massive heart attack. That was a shocking death. With Trevor, after his death, God granted me peace with that. I got to hear Trevor's voice, voice. That's just something that I believe as your hospice nurse said, you know, God does for you what you can't do for yourself. And he did that for me after Trevor's death because I didn't get to say goodbye.
Right.
So I had an experience with that. And I went to bed, just went to bed. And I watched Frasier. I watched every season, every episode. And then I got up and it made me laugh. My family, we laugh. My son was one of the funniest human beings you would ever know. And now when I get sad with Trevor, I can look through his Instagram or his Facebook and see the dumbest things, but they're so funny. And so he left me with laughter.
Yeah. I've talked to so many people who will lose a loved one and they'll catch themselves laughing or something. and they'll just feel a dagger of guilt in their heart and say,
Yes.
oh my God, I have a dead child and I'm standing here laughing. What kind of mother am I? And there is an answer to that question. You're a human mother. And this is a distraction that it's like releasing a pressure valve.
Yes.
Letting some pressure off. It's not a betrayal.
And men process things differently.
Oh, totally.
My husband, totally different with his grief.
How do people respond to you if they haven't seen you since a loss and then they see you? What do they bring it up? Do they not bring it up?
Since my losses, I hope they bring it up. I want to talk about my losses. I want you to ask me about my kids. Tell me a story about Trevor, Laurie. Tell me a story about Abby. I think that's the greatest gift you can do for someone that's lost a loved one.
Well, that is so important for people to hear you say, because oftentimes people say, wow, I see somebody at the mall or the grocery store or at church or the sidewalk, and they seem to be doing really well. I don't want to bring them down. Right. I don't want to take them back to that moment. Yes, you do.
Yes.
Yes, you do. It's okay to say, hey, I haven't seen you since your loss. I just need to tell you how sorry I am that you had that loss. And,
right.
And I remember the last time I saw your son or your daughter, and we had a wonderful conversation, and they
even
were
if you
so
don't
great.
know them.
Yeah, say something about them.
I've had Trevor's coworkers, I never met them, come up to me and say, your son made me laugh every day.
Yeah. And it's great to know what your children are like when you're not around.
Right.
So you love to hear it. And you're right, men do grieve differently. Next, Lori's friend Doug is going to join us to share what he went through after unexpectedly losing his 32-year-old son and the struggle many fathers feel when trying to express their pain.
One in 3 U.S. consumers have been a victim of identity theft, even when they did all the right things to protect their personal information.
I thought we did enough to keep a nightmare like this from happening. I felt so secure, but it wasn't enough.
Banks, hospitals, employers, and many government agencies all have your personal information too. And when they're exposed, careful monitoring of your accounts and credit won't be enough.
I change my passwords all the time. I shred my documents. I thought I was bulletproof, honestly.
The information thieves need to steal your identity is already in the hands of others, and it only takes one vulnerability in one place to put your identity at risk.
Yeah, it's scary when you think about how easily this kind of stuff occurs.
Let me make this very, very clear. You could do nothing wrong, be perfect about all of your security, and still be a victim of identity theft.
Tens of thousands of my hard-earned money gone.
The stakes are high, and even if you take steps to protect your personal information, you're not the only one who has it. LifeLock alerts you to the widest volume of threats others could miss, far beyond what you could possibly monitor on your own. Like someone trying to use your social security number to open a loan, purchase a home in your name, or even take over your investment accounts.
Someone was trying to take an account out in my name. I got an alert from LifeLock. Well, I pressed the no button. That wasn't me. It was handled and taken care of.
And if you become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it, guaranteed. All LifeLock members are backed by the LifeLock $1 Million Protection Package, including reimbursement for stolen funds.
There was a letter from LifeLock with a check for over $81,000. They made me whole.
All plans include identity theft restoration, guaranteed, or your money back. Call 1-800-360-9220 or visit lifelock.com/TD35 to save 35% on your first year. Call 1-800-360-9220 Call now.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
Welcome to 88 Fortune Slots, winner of the free-to-play mobile slots game of the year. Around here, it's all about the action. Download 88 Fortune Slots for free and get a 7 billion coin bonus. 88 Fortune Slots.
Are you throwing away money on your car insurance?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing.
Try Insurify. We help you compare quotes and save half on your car insurance.
I like it when things are convenient and save me lots of money.
Go to Insurify.com and save up to $1,000 a year on your car insurance.
My next guest works with the elderly. In fact, he cared for Lori's parents before they passed. He says that while he is able to compartmentalize the passing of his patients, when his 35-year-old son died, his world just fell apart.
I didn't always want to be a father, but it happened and I welcomed it with open arms. The greatest day of my life. Around 14 or 15 years old is when I noticed Logan influenced by drugs. I didn't notice it like I should have. I just thought he was being a rebellious child. That's not how it turned out to be. I felt powerless because I didn't have the ability to wave my magic dad wand and make it all better. He tried his hardest to stay clean and sober, but it just wasn't in him. Around 4 years ago, my dad called me, said, I need to talk about Logan. In my heart, I knew right that moment that he was dead. I just fell on the ground. And that was 4 years ago today. The message came from my father. I can't permit it. Logan was very loving, very caring, very big-hearted, kind, generous, respectful. He was a fabulous kid.
Well, Doug, thank you so much for joining the conversation. I know it's still not easy, and I appreciate you coming here and sharing about it.
I appreciate having the opportunity to tell Logan's story.
I think it's a very interesting point you make about the importance of taking the role of father and the pain that fathers go through, because we don't express things as much, and sometimes people expect us maybe to be more stoic about this. And I always say big boys don't cry, but men do. And when it's something as much gravity as your child, you have to give it a voice and you have to express your feelings.
I agree 100%. I don't know why men choose to grieve or if it's just a cultural thing, but they grieve differently. In the support groups that I belong to, that I couldn't be here today without, it's all geared towards women. So I'm doing something with Hope Movement Coalition to help start a support group for specifically men.
And what do you think is the most important message that men need to hear, that men need to have permission?
They need permission to cry, permission to grieve, permission to talk about their children that are gone. Mm-hmm. I have his name tattooed right on my arm. Yeah. And when people see that tattoo, they're like, what is that? And my son died of fentanyl poisoning. Mm-hmm. I want the world to know about it. I want the world to know what a horrible situation the drugs are that took my son.
Mm-hmm. I was glad to hear you say fentanyl poisoning, not fentanyl overdose, mm-hmm. because it's actually a poisoning. And I think the way this is pouring into the country now, these fentanyl deaths are just tantamount to murder.
The good news is that in our state of Arkansas, we now have laws where they can prosecute and punish the dealer that handed the pill to them.
Yeah.
In my mind, they're murderers. So.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm glad you're working on this with creating a place for men to go and a place for men to get this, because men do grieve differently. I mean, there's no question about it. And one of the things we try to do is educate about this. They're more likely than women to remain silent and grieve in isolation. They don't connect and network, and they're potentially more susceptible to developing some kind of a crutch, reliance on alcohol or risk-taking behaviors. And they use strategies of avoidance and minimization of grief instead of dealing with it, straight up. And it has a huge impact on men. It puts men at risk of an early death because it can create hypertension. It can create all kinds of problems that actually take years off of your life.
It contributed to Trevor's death. I'm positive of it.
Yeah.
He was the last one to talk to his sister. And that with our heart disease, I know that the stress of that, I mean, I can't imagine carrying the stress.
No, you can't. And so we need to talk about it and educate people about it. So God bless you for what you're doing.
Thank you.
For the men. I just can't even begin to tell you. I thank both of you for being here and talking about this.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
I appreciate it. We're going to take a break. Before we go, there's just one more guest left to meet, and he might be the most special of them all. That's next.
At Consumer Cellular, we pride ourselves on getting you the exact same nationwide coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. But don't worry, we've got a lot more than that going for us. Woo!
Like this beautiful store in Arizona, for example. It's the perfect place for me to tell you a little bit more about our phones and how they can become your phones. You name it, we probably got it. We have the top smartphones from all the major companies. If it's state-of-the-art cameras you want with space-age metal housing, we got them. If you want a smartphone with lots of bells and whistles but won't break the bank, we've got that too. We even have flip phones like the Iris Flip. If you're someone that doesn't need all that mumbo-jumbo and just wants something simple. And now, we even have watches.
We do.
No matter what device you choose, you'll be happy to know that if your data needs change,
No problem.
with our SmartFlex feature, you don't have to sweat it. Like say you're on a road trip out west and end up using a bunch of data. We can simply flex you up to the next data tier for as little as $5. Then, when you get home, you can flex right back down with no penalty. So you only pay for what you actually need.
With Consumer Cellular, you get the exact same nationwide coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost.
I know what you're thinking. What if I don't have one of these amazing stores in my town yet? Can I get these phones sent to me?
Yes, you can.
Will our award-winning customer service help me switch over or add a line for $15 to make my own family plan?
Of course they will.
Is it easy?
Easy as pie.
You see that tower out there? It's a beauty, and there are thousands more like it, working hard for me and you, supplying 5G coverage to this beautiful nation of ours. We know how important coverage is. That's why we offer a risk-free guarantee. If you're not satisfied within 30 days of activation, you can pay nothing. Oh, look.
Plus, new customers can save $25 when they switch today.
Call 1-800-376-2589.
Or visit consumercellular.com to switch today.
She knows what she's talking about. Pick up the phone.
Struggling to lose weight? Help reach your health goals with one simple change. One shake. Clinically tested benefits. And over 1 billion servings sold.
With Shakeology, I don't have to stress about nutrition.
I drink one shake a day. It's delicious. Packed superfoods, fiber,
Vitamins, proteins,
probiotics, and digestive enzymes.
To make sure my gut health is on point for the day.
With a Shakeology subscription, you can get 3 months of body streaming fitness for free. Go to Shakeology.com for more details.
Kevin paid off over $12,000 in credit card debt with the help of Consolidated Credit. They cut his interest rates and lowered his payments so he could pay off his debt fast. Call 800-786-4595 for a free consultation.
Welcome to 88 Fortune Slots, winner of the free-to-play mobile slots game of the year. Around here, it's all about the action. Download 88 Fortune Slots for free and get a 7 billion coin bonus. 88 Fortune Slots.
Well, before we say goodnight, Taylor and Haley's son, Weston, may not realize the impact his mother had on the world just yet, but in time, he'll learn that his mother touched millions of lives. Please welcome Weston.
Oh my God, I can't. Taylor, oh my God.
Hey, buddy.
Hi, Daddy.
What do you say, buddy? Say hi.
Hi.
How's it going?
Good.
You look pretty sharp.
Thank you.
Yeah, you dress just like your dad.
Yes.
Yeah, you dress like this every day?
Not every day.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so. So I watched you a few minutes ago throwing a baseball. You got a pretty good arm on you. You like to play baseball?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what grade are you in?
Kindergarten.
Yeah, kindergarten? Yeah. So what do you like to do?
I like to stay home with my daddy.
Yeah. Yeah.
We like to play golf together,
Mm-hmm.
and baseball,
Uh-huh.
bike rides, all that good stuff.
Uh-huh.
What do you think about being on television?
Cool.
Yeah. Well, we just thought it would be great to meet you. Your dad's really proud of you.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you proud of your dad?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Well, I'm awfully glad to meet you. So thanks for coming out and saying hi to us.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Okay. Well, before we go, I would like to take a moment to celebrate Haley's life, and you're okay with Weston sharing this as well. So let's take a look.
So when you can't see Mommy, where am I?
In your heart.
In your heart.
Happy birthday! Oh my goodness. Here, Mama.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Thank you, baby. I love you. Give me a hug.
I love you. I love you.
We recently lost someone very important to all of us here at Merit TV and Dr. Phil Primetime. Stephen Schwab, our online post-production supervisor, passed away on May 28th. We were fortunate to have him help us launch Merit TV, and his contribution to Dr. Phil Primetime, well, I just have to say it was immeasurable. Stephen's career in television meant the world to him. He was understated, a deeply caring man whose quiet dedication touched many behind the scenes. Our hearts go out to his family and all of those who knew him and cared for him. Stephen will be greatly, greatly missed.
Hi, Nancy Grace here. We are watching Cops Reloaded on Merit TV, and we kick it off with a wild car chase. But this driver doesn't make it very far. She crashes into a phone pole shortly after trying to outrun the cops. Talk about instant karma. Well, let's see what the officers find in the car. Hint, it's a big bag of pot. But there's a twist. One of the suspects actually gets let go. Looks like it's his lucky day. Let's watch.
This is extreme right here.
Hey, get on the ground! Bad boys, what you gonna do when they come
Just let me go.
Stop!
We're trying to catch up this vehicle, stop it for the stop sign violation. It failed to stop at the last intersection. They just threw out a bunch of narcotics outside the vehicle on Baxter. So I failed to stop for us here. We're going to be turning on to Race Street. They just threw out another bag of narcotics. Coming up to North Lang. It's making a right onto North Lang. We're on North Lang. We just crossed over Hermitage Street. All right, he's continuing. He just crossed over Upland Street. We're still on North Lang. Rate of speed is 30 miles an hour.
Left on Chaucer.
He's making a left onto Chaucer Street. He just wrecked right here on Chaucer Street, base.
Hold on. Get back in it.
Step out of the car with your hands up. Put your leg in. Step out of the car. Climb out then.
Chaucer and Upland. We're out. They wrecked.
Turn around. Put your hands behind your back. Keep your hands behind your back.
Pass him to me. Come here, man. Come here. Let's go. Down on the ground.
Step on out of here. You got weed all over you. Gee, you weren't the one throwing it out, were you? Huh? Step back here.
Any 5 minutes can start that thing.
There's what's left of the bag. Still got weed all over back here.
Right over there. Screw on the other side. All right. Put your hands behind your back.
Come over here. Lay down on the ground. Whose car is it?
It's mine.
It's yours?
Yeah. 35
Do you have a license?
No. You got 3 people going?
Oh, yeah, you're going.
Oh, yeah, I know I'm going.
All right.
I know I'm going.
You can see it was a gallon-sized bag. Probably had a pound. There's still weed all over the seat. Andre, what's up, man?
Me and my girlfriend, we was just going home.
Why didn't you pull over for the police?
I don't know.
You know that guy?
I know him a little bit.
Hmm?
I know him a little bit. I just know him to see him.
Where do you know him from? Where do you know him from?
I just know him from, like, his name going around in the neighborhood.
What's he doing in your car?
Huh?
What's he doing in your guys' car?
Hmm?
What's he doing in your girl's car?
She was just taking him somewhere. She was dropping him off, and we was just going home. That's all we was doing.
So you telling me you didn't notice that he was holding a big bag of marijuana and was just dumping it out?
No, I didn't know. I didn't know.
You didn't know? All right. All right. Did you find it?
The marijuana just must have got scattered on the street when we, they were dumping it out. We were driving right through it. Just probably blew it everywhere. I'm gonna go talk to this female.
All right.
Why did you take off on us?
Man, I don't know. A lot of was just going on, I guess.
I mean, you caused yourself a lot of problems. You damaged your car. Was that car registered to you?
Which one is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's your car?
Yeah.
You have a driver's license?
Yeah.
Is it valid?
No.
Is it suspended?
Yeah, I'm be honest.
What was it suspended for?
Huh?
What was it suspended for?
Oh, driving without license at one time. You know what I'm saying? Was just for tickets.
Okay.
The norm. Nothing major.
All right, well, you're going to jail for fleeing and eluding, drive without a license.
I know, sir, and I was totally wrong.
Okay. All right.
All right. I don't think you were involved in that. You know what I mean? You got no drugs on you. He had the drugs on him. When we got him, we saw him dumping the marijuana out. He had in the scale. But I'm going to let you go, partner.
It's easier to tell the truth than it is to tell a lie.
It's much easier to
Yeah, you had to make it up the first time, and if you had to make it up...
You got to try to keep sticking with it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm Chris Gutierrez with a quick news break here on Dr. Phil's Merit TV. We brought you this live. President Trump making his final push to get his one big, beautiful bill through Congress. The president held an event in the East Room of the White House to help convince Republican holdouts in the Senate to pass the bill. President Trump says they need to get on board because the bill will have a big benefit in all of our wallets.
And according to the Council of Economic Advisors, these reforms will protect or create more than 7 million jobs, add 3.1% to economic growth, reduce taxes for the typical American by nearly 15%, and increase take-home pay for the normal family of four by at least $13,000. And that takes place immediately. That's not bad, right? Look, I'm looking at that guy back there, right? That's pretty good.
President Trump has issued a deadline of July 4th to get the bill through Congress and to his desk to sign. At the event, President Trump also put pressure on Fed Chair Jerome Powell to lower interest rates so Americans can finally feel some relief.
And if we had a person over at the Fed that would lower interest rates a little bit, that would be helpful, too. It's hard to believe. This is on top of, we have to fight this guy. He's not doing the job. Each point that he keeps it up is the equivalent of $300 billion. $300 billion. So if he lowered it to, it would save $600 billion. We have to work hard with cuts on that, right? That's a lot of cutting. And this guy could do it so easily. We don't have inflation. Well, we might have inflation. Yeah, and if you do, you raise the rate a little bit. That's okay.
And we'll see you for our next update. I'm Chris Gutierrez, and you're watching Dr. Phil's Merit TV.
Working in the trades is not worth it.
He quit his job as an electrician because it made him miserable.
If you love what you do, that's all that matters.
I don't want to listen to you prattle on. If everything you do is just what you want to do, grow up. That's tomorrow on Dr. Phil Primetime.
How does it feel to step into Kizik hands-free shoes? It's like life on easy mode.
It's like singing in the pure bliss.
It feels like game-winning magic. Joy, wonder, delight. What will you feel? Kizik, the ultimate hands-free shoes.
Welcome to 88 Fortune Slots, winner of the free-to-play mobile slots game of the year. Around here, it's all about the action. Download 88 Fortune Slots for free and get a 7 billion coin bonus. 88 Fortune Slots.
Are you throwing away money on your car insurance?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing.
Try Insurify. We help you compare quotes and save half on your car insurance.
I like it when things are convenient and save me lots of money.
Go to Insurify.com and save up to $1,000 a year on your car insurance.
We've got a vehicle in front of us with a non-working tag light, and it also looks like its validation sticker's out of date, so we're fixing to do a traffic stop in it and make contact with the driver.
What am I being pulled over for?
You got no tag lights, sir.
No tag lights?
No tag lights.
My tag's expired, sir. I got a ticket for that just recently. I can't do nothing about it till Friday when I get paid, and I'm on my way to work.
Okay, well, we'll get it all worked out in a second. Let me have your license, registration, proof of insurance, all right?
I know I shouldn't be driving, but I have to go to work.
I understand that. When did you get stopped for the tag?
I got the tickets right here with me.
Okay.
This is the most recent one.
Okay, that'll work. You got that citation you're talking about?
Yes, sir. Hold on.
You got a bunch of tickets.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, let's see. What's now? You got pulled over in the city of Tampa.
They apparently suspended my license, and the officer pulled me over. And
What did they suspend your license for?
For not paying a seatbelt ticket that I didn't know I had.
What did that officer definitely probably tell you?
Not to be driving, sir.
What are you doing tonight?
I'm driving, sir.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very sorry. I have to work.
All right, come on, put your paperwork over in the passenger seat. We'll get all this stuff straightened out, all right?
All right.
And I just want to talk over here, because that way I ain't got to worry about getting run over, you know?
I can feel you.
Just right over here, be fine. All right? All right, do me a favor. Turn around. I want to make sure you ain't got no bombs, nuclear weapons, hand grenades, nothing like that. All right? Just let me drive your hand. Just be real easy with me, all right? Yeah, you can put them in your pocket. All right, just let me have hold. Just relax, okay? Just relax. All right, just like that officer told you the other day, you ain't supposed to be driving. You know that, right?
Yes, sir. Please do not take me to jail. I have a daughter, I have child support, and I'm really caught in a bad spot.
You all right? Am I gonna find anything inside the car?
You might find a roach, maybe.
Okay. Where would that might be?
It might be an ashtray.
All right. Well, we just see. So you roll your own cigars?
Yes, sir.
Or do you use that for the weed you're telling me about?
That's what they're for, sir.
Huh?
I do smoke pot, sir.
Well, I'm not saying you're a bad person. I'm just making an assumption here, and it sounded like my assumption was correct.
I'm being completely honest.
Well, I appreciate it. It's just easier that way, ain't it?
Yeah, it's very.
It's easier to tell the truth than it is to tell a lie, ain't it?
Much easier.
Yeah. And see, just like your mama told you and everybody else told you, tell the truth, because it's easier, and that's what I want to hear anyway, ain't it? Okay.
Who wants to run around on a lie?
No, because you know what? The bad part about a lie is you had to make it up to